Good morning and welcome to the FFA Feeder and Market Beef Show. We'll be starting the morning off with our first class. Our first class is feeder heifers. We have 5 entries in this class.
Are we on? There we go. Good morning from the Nebraska State Fair. We've got our FFA feeder calf and market show today. This is Tim Burke, joined by Danny Raber and the crew at Ringside Live. And if anybody, if you got some people at home that want to see this, boy, give them a shout out. Tell them to go to Ringside Live, and you can get on and watch the show. If you got a relative or somebody far away who wants to watch a grandkid or whatever. But our judge for today, Dr. Ryan Rathman from Texas Tech. In our first class, we've got feeder heifers in the ring right now, just getting started. Dr. Rathman is, about as well known as anybody judging right now. I mean, we're lucky to have him. He's the judging coach at Texas Tech University. I'll get you a little more as we go on here, and probably judged cattle pretty well world-renowned, but sure in the United States, over 40 states. He said he's judged 400 local, state, and national shows in his life. So, Judge Rathman is a very, very capable man, and we're lucky to have him. Hats off to our State Fair judging committee for getting him. In the ring right now, we've got feeder heifers weighing 410 to 465. We've got Bailey Setlick, Katie Groth, Luke Belina, Grady Shisquow, and Bailey Setlick again 410 to 465. So, Danny, did you make her in all right?
You bet, Tim. We made it in today. Great to be back with you again today. I know you've had a long week. You've been here since the beginning.
Yep.
Thanks for doing this for everybody out there.
Glad to.
The girls from Ringside Live, we really appreciate them being here, helping us out, bringing this to everybody that just can't make it to Grand Island to see the show, whether it be, they live a ways away. For whatever reason, it's great to have them here helping us out. Looks like we're going to have 2 classes of feeder heifers today.
Yep.
And that to get the show started off. And
we're starting with Bailey Setlick. In fact, looks like she's whooping them because we got Bailey Setlick and Bailey Setlick first and second.
I'm great.
And coming with another girl with a tied back.
Yep.
Here comes our judge.
Well, good morning, everybody. Hope y'all having a good start to your day. We're going to jump in here on a feeder calf heifer show, and This is a nice group of calves. All 5 of them I thought were reasonably sound. You know, there's still some minor differences. I guess in the bigger picture for me, the bigger sort was I thought the cattle that rose to the top here, these top 2, were probably just a little stouter ended when you got in behind them. And then the gold steer amongst that pair was the gold heifer. All right, Ryan, get it together here. All right, the gold heifer here was, just the outlier in terms of being the big back, thick-ended, big, rugged bone one that goes to the ground with awesome feet. She's not ever going to be the biggest in the world in terms of length of body or probably stature, but I like the way she proportions. She got a little more shoulder, but it comes with more caboose from behind, and she moves plenty adequately. So very nice prospect. Congratulations on your class winner. All right, second place, we've got a calf that counters that one just from the standpoint that, she is really fancy from the side. I love the way that she blends in her shoulder a little better, and I like how she extends out through her neck a little better. Very fresh and clean, and just in terms of her lines. She's not quite as big-legged, not quite as big-footed maybe as the calf that wins, but a really nice complement and makes a nice pair there for 1 and 2. We move now to 3, and this is a female that's probably the latest maturing heifer in the class, just in terms of her general scale and stretch from the side. I think as that one there starts to fill out in her midrib and down to her flank, you're going to see a heifer there that you're going to like really, really well. I like her feet and legs. I like her front foot and her pasturing up there. Just got a nice look to her. She just got to expand, basically. So that's a nice female. Heifer we got down here in the next slot, getting used to the halter. Hadn't seen the chain until Grand Island, I bet. So this is a heifer that, just like the one really that I had second, I absolutely love her design. You start looking at her pasturings and just her natural cushion when she's willing to relax and not fight the halter. You find one that's sure made in a very, very functional manner. She's not as wide. You get in behind her right now, she's probably the narrowest gauged heifer in the class, but I think all in all, she's very complete. The blue roan heifer we've got at the end of the group, one that's a little coarser in her tail, head, and shoulder perhaps right now, maybe just a little plainer in terms of her balance here from the side, but still a good heifer. You can see the crease working in her round, and I think in time that one there will fill out and make a very nice prospect.
All right. Thank you, Judge
Results of
Rathman.
Class 1 feeder heifers. First purple was shown by Bailey Setlick of Ord FFA. Second purple was also exhibited by Bailey Setlick of Ord
leave us
FFA.
both on for a minute,
Receiving
I'll
blue
just shut
ribbons
up.
were Katie
She's-
Gross of West Point FFA, Luke Felina of Howes Dodge Consolidated FFA, and Grady Shishwa of Meridian FFA also received a blue ribbon. Entering the arena now is Class 2 of our feeder heifers. There should be 5 heifers in this class. Following this class, we will select our champion and reserve champion feeder heifer.
All right, well, it was a nice way to start the class. And, yesterday it got kind of long, Dan. I was just telling you, we were kind of running out of things to say, I think. And he got rolling. I mean, he made up time when he could, because we had, I want to say, the World Series of showmanship yesterday. It was as tough, of course it goes by grade in school, not so the out of school, and your good friend Brian Brosshammer's daughter Brianna won the overall, and it was good though. The list they had, the senior was Catherine Neighbor, the junior was Jaylee Haggerty, Anna Mead won the sophomore, Jace Prince won the freshman, and Kensley Bremer won the junior high. And I'm going to tell you, and he kept saying, he really didn't want to not use them all. I mean, there were just 12 stellar showmen out there, and he, of course, in typical Ryan Rathman fashion, called them all by name. And then what you don't realize sometimes, and his mind just works different. They'd come out in class 2 hours later, and he'd be like, well, Jace has got a nice heifer here. I think he knows why she's in second and all that. And he hadn't talked to him again. If he knows those kids and he knows the name, he'll know that I think that is like Sarah Mead here. And he'll go, well, Sarah's got a nice heifer, but, we're going to do this, or we're going to start with Sarah's heifer, and it'll happen. He's just got an uncanny memory. Just blows me away. But
that's what sets those really good ones apart, Tim.
Yeah.
They just remember everything, and I remember faces, but I don't always remember their names. But boy, that's so wonderful that he can do that. And
in his
like
bio, he said He's the winningest livestock judging coach in the 100-year history that they've been keeping track of it. Last 8 years, they've won 7 national champions, 3 at A&M and 4 at Tech. And if that ain't good enough, last 4 years in a row, he's won the college meat contest with that team too at Tech. So he knows what he's doing. But so we got heifers here, what, 495 to 582. Paisley White, J.C. Wolfinger, Jalen Wolfinger, Sarah Mead, and Josie Wilson. I know a little bit about that last one. That's that heifer coming around that Josie Wilson's showing. Now she'll probably stand last in class, and I'm going to jinx her here, but that's out of that's out of that cow Neil Beret sold on our sale last year. That's great out of that. That Wolfinger heifer there in second. That's a cool. I'm a sucker for them red motley-faced ones like that. I just, man, Oh, heifer. This one's going to take him a little more thought.
That's a really good class.
Yep.
5 heifers, maybe just a little difference in all of them, but boy, all very good quality, Tim.
Well, and he's got to kind of adjust his eyes. It does say feeder heifers, and I saw yesterday in the breeding show they sure had some that should have been feeder heifers, and I think likewise here. And he's a Texan. They like him. They like them a little more breeding. They don't really show market heifers down there. Yeah. Anybody, if you're listening and you do know the sires or the history, give us a call or shoot us a text, I should say. Let us know. I'd like to know. I'd like to be able to tell everybody what that red and white heifer is. I got my guesses, but heck, it could be anything in the world. But that's Yep, I did. I jinxed my heifer. Look at there. Hopefully, says see, she should be a breeding heifer. Here's our judge. Turn this down.
All right, here in our second class, once again, I think we got another set of 5 in which I personally like all 5 of them. I liked all 5 in the last class. And, as we start to study which one puts the most good together, I thought this red and white paint heifer was by far the most complete. It probably starts with her hind leg. She's just got that nice bend and that curvature, and it's laid in there in such a soft fashion that looks like it'll last a long time. I love her front angles, her shoulder design, and the way she bends back in her knee. And, I think that really complements her look and presence from above. She's got probably the most consistent set of lines in the group, and she's naturally the highest headed, but yet with a quiet demeanor. So I like that tandem. I think her body construction, she's hairy, so that helps, but I think she probably fits together right now with a little bit more rear rib and a little bit better transition there in her forerib. You get in behind her, she's not a tank, but good enough relative to her class-leading structure and balance. The white heifer that we've got here in second, love this heifer quite a bit. You get in behind her, she probably expresses a shade more muscularity over her loin edge, probably through the center of her stifle, probably a little bit more impressive. And yet she's got equally as much bone and foot, and she's a really long neck. She runs downhill maybe just a fraction, maybe shortens a little bit in terms of her pin set. And right now, she's pretty immature in terms of her forerib. So I think as she fills out, matures in that area, I might say that she's the one to beat, down the road. But I do like that heifer quite a bit. Then I went to a heifer in the third slot. It's a little frailer in her design and not quite as wide gauge. She has probably more of a breeding heifer or show heifer type look than maybe, say, a market heifer look. But her lines and quality are excellent. I love the way she comes together through her chest and up into her neck. Just really a nice pattern female that just needs a little more to her. The black heifer, this is no doubt the stoutest heifer in the class. You get in behind her, she's the biggest ended. She's got the most spread down her top and over her rib and loin. She's a chunky, big-legged one. I'd like to change her feet and leg structure. She wants to get just a little twisted in her front end and maybe just a little rolled in terms of her hoof shape. So very high quality. Just need to change her right there at the ground. Stubby, I'm going to call her, concludes the class. She's got in goats, we'd call that a wry tail. But she's just needs to calm down. She's all out of sorts and has kind of been squished up like an accordion most of the time. And so it's a little hard for her to come across with the same level of balance as her counterparts. But I do think she's got some rib, and I think she's got some muscularity. Just needs to behave better.
Results of Class 2 feeder heifers. Receiving first purple was J.C. Wolfinger of SEM FFA chapter. Second purple went to Sarah Mead of Aurora FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 2 were Paisley White of Nebraska Ag Academy, Jalen Wolfinger of SEM FFA, and Josie Wilson of Hershey FFA. Entering the arena now, we'll be selecting our champion and reserve champion market. A feeder heifer out of that first class. Our feeder heifer is exhibited by Bailey Setlick of the Ord FFA. And out of that last class, again, that place 1 winner was J.C. Wolfinger of SEM.
Pretty good way to start the day.
Boy, Tim, this was a really good show.
Yeah.
There was only 10 head of them, but boy, I'll tell you what, the quality was good all the way down through it.
I know.
These 2 class winners, maybe just a little bit different, just mainly because of size, but boy, they are high quality.
Well, they are. I know the name, but I'm not familiar with the Wolfinger family, I guess. Do you know them? SEM?
That's Sumner Edville Miller. They'll be out there in Buffalo County. I know the name and that, just don't know much about the family.
They probably would raise them and show them, you suppose. And that'd be one they probably raised that they'll show themselves.
Yes.
They've been tough here. They've had a good week, and I think they had cattle last weekend, too. They've been doing good. That first heifer's little truck. Here's the good doctor.
All right. Well, 2 excellent classes here for selection of our champion and reserve feeder calf heifer. That first class, that little gold nugget, I'm going to call her Gold Nugget. Have you named her yet? Let's get over here and see what her name is. What's her name? Wendy? No. It needs to be Gold Nugget. All right, I don't think she looks like a Wendy at all. I know several Wendy's, it's not what they look like. But this little Gold Nugget is really stout-ended and really busted open and bold-bodied. I think her angles are very good here from the side. My question mark would just be, her growth. She's got plenty of extension up through her front end. She's a little shorter-bodied maybe. Her shoulder blade sits in her just a little bolder. But, again, I don't have a major problem with that. I might flatten her rear hock just a little bit, but that's a really nice little heifer. And then the red and white paint heifer, she's got that color and she's got the structure and the balance, and I like her real well. I think she's awfully complete. I'm sure you like her. You do? We're not going to talk about her name. I guess I can't name every heifer in the show. That'd take too much time, but she's going to be my champion. That's what I will name her. Congratulations. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
Grand champion is exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger of SEM FFA.
We moved Snow White in there, and this heifer is really got a nice look out through her neck, and if you could get in behind her, you'd really like her shape and her turn. There's times where she maybe fits a little raw right now, and her forerib to shoulder runs downhill just a fraction. But I really think she's got a good running gear in terms of her hind leg. I think she's probably a little later maturing in this particular pair, and so from a growth standpoint, I probably am more in line with her growth pattern. I'm going to use her for reserve champion. Let's give this young lady here a nice round of applause.
And reserve champion was exhibited by Sarah Mead of Aurora FFA.
Nice pair. Very nice pair. All right. Thank you, Judge Rathman. So now we're going to start feeder calves show. We got 5 of them going from 443 weight to 480. And we were wrestling with it
Entering the arena
yesterday.
now, we have our Class 1 of feeder steers. There are 5 steers in this
Hang on.
class.
Leave
We'll
us
have
down
a
a
total
minute.
of 3 feeder steer classes today.
All right, in first, and Kent and I were struggling with it yesterday. Take a shot at that name. If somebody else knows and can pronounce it for me, Grady Shishow, anyway, Grady from Meridian.
Again, in the arena now is our Class 1 of feeder steers. 5 steers in this class.
We got Grady Fishkow, Bailey Setlick. I apologize for butchering that name. Bailey Setlick, Brogan Setwick, Morgan Clement, and Cale Taubenheim from Amherst.
Well, Tim, I'll just do that as well right now. I'm going to apologize to anybody out there. If I mispronounce somebody's name, I do apologize for it. In that, we try not to do that, but no, the young lady did bring a very nice steer here to the show, though, today
for
to start
sure.
the class off with here.
Yeah.
So,
and you got to watch. I mean, and I see we got our main ring man there, Mr. Blake Hasselbrook, out there sporting a really good sweatshirt this morning. That's great to see. We've got some good ones out there. Ring helping. Blake's out there, and then Brett Nelms has been helping. Ryan Carlson and Caitlin Carlson have both been out quite a bit, and Caitlin's out back lining up classes, and she's the one been getting the headaches because it's yesterday, Dan. I'm telling you, we tried to bring him in order. Finally, Ryan went over there. Judge Rathman went over there and said, just let them come in. I'll ask them because nobody was listening.
No.
So they don't always come in this order. It's kind of, I think we're getting them good at the moment. The only thing I am sure is I do know that's Cale Taubenheim with the last one, and the other kids I don't know that well, but I think we got them right.
No, I do think they came in the correct order today, Tim. That was listed here on the sheet. So,
yep. Yep, good. How are you? You got it.
All right, here we get into our feeder steer show, and we got a nice set of calves here. I think the first three are probably, for me, a little more suitable at the surface and structurally speaking, and then a pair of still very good-looking calves down here in 4 and 5 that just need maybe organize themselves a little better to push these top three. But I think they've got some body and some shape and some potential. The smoke calf. For me, versus the two kind of squishy-legged ones here, this calf for me profiled just a little neater through the floor of his chest and then up into his neck set and the feature to his head. I thought was just a little trendier. I thought from behind the cattle he probably is a little longer, wider, and square pinned. And then I think just collectively his top line balance, the way he fits himself together when he's not. Using the restroom and dancing around is really good. So, he's skinny as a lizard right now. He just needs feed, but I think he's got the right components. He's going to have to fill out down his top. Right now, he's just a little light muscle down his top, but he's got the right kind of pin width, and he stays truer at the point of his hock going away. The black calf we got here in second matches him at the surface in terms of that comfortable set. And then from above, that calf's really got a good center body to him, really easy feeding type of a calf. He may be just a little plainer in terms of his lower stifle. I'd like to see that calf just a little punchier in terms of just his shape, and maybe a little stouter in terms of his noggin. He gets just a little plainer headed. He's kind of looking at me like, why I say that? And he's thinking in his mind like, disagree. But he's a little plainer headed. He's just a little plainer through the floor of his chest. Nice calf. The calf we got down here in 3, he's a bigger, longer, bigger statured calf, later maturing. He's got the look that I like, young man. And so if you had another judge come in here and prioritize that, and he's got a good stout head on him, good stout bone and foot to him, I could certainly see maybe starting that calf. Right now, I've got him third just simply because when I get him behind him, he kind of hocks in. I need him to square up just a little bit and show me that he's going to have enough muscle definition, but that's a good calf. The calf we got in 4, this is Golden Nugget's brother, I've decided. I'm sure they're probably not even related, but this calf is one that gets just a little sharper at the edge of his hock on the backside. Like to see him just a little longer in terms of his stifle length and just fill out, but he's really square made in terms of his upper hip and down his top and over his loin. He's kind of shorter back type calf, but still has some extension to his neck. The red and white paint, wild colored one here, he tried to kick the class winner, so I had to put him bottom. I'm just joking. But this calf is a little posty in terms of just his use to his rear joints and ankle. So I'd like to see that calf just a little bit softer in terms of that joint work to move him up in class today.
Results of Class 1 feeder steers. Receiving first purple was Morgan Clement of Central FFA. Second purple went to Grady Schwischwau of Meridian FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in Class number 1 were Bailey Setlick of Ord FFA, Brogan Setlick of Loop City FFA, and Cal Tabenheim of Amherst FFA. Entering the arena now will be Class 2 feeder steers. There are 7 steers in this class.
Yeah, that's what my old buddy Jakey says. If you're going to butcher it fast and move right on to the next one.
No. Tim, we were joking about that because we were all having a hard time doing that. And that gal at the announcer, I think she just said it pretty quick. She might have known, but we do apologize. But no, that was like I said when he come in there, no matter how you pronounce her last name, that was a nice calf.
You dang right.
It stands second there, just real good calf.
He had a nice one.
Just awful small, compared to some of these other ones. And with time, that one could just work his way up for that young lady, so she should be proud of that one.
Absolutely.
So,
he only weighed 443. That was the lightest one in the calf.
Yeah, in that. But like I said, with a lot of time, I think that calf could be really nice.
So we got 7 of these. We got 500 to 540 here. And again, we've been talking about those wolf fingers, and she brought back the one on the other end there, that 13 or what's her number, 632 there at the end. She brought back some more heat and thunder again.
Yeah.
I think they came to win the feeder calf show.
Yep, they did.
There's a pile in here. We've got Patience Spitz, Sarah Mead, Connor Burrock, Amberlyn Johnson, Sarah Mead again, Carly Burrock, and J.C. Wolfinger. So yeah, I kind of got lucky here on the back road coming in. I was talking on the phone, going 100 miles an hour. Uh-oh.
She's in the wrong class. She's not until class 3.
Okay. We still got.
But we're missing one then.
Yeah, then we're missing one.
1749.
I don't think they did that right. Uh-oh. Well, here comes Tracy. She's going to get figured out. We got Bruce and Tracy Hasselbrook in the ring. Bruce has been awesome to work with this weekend. His brother Ryan runs the FFA thing, and boy, big shout out to those guys. They've taken charge of this a few years back, and I mean they've just made this FFA show what it is. They really do a good job, all of them.
And let's give a shout out to them guys. You know what I'm saying? That they
You
take
bet.
their time out of their schedules.
There's a whole bunch of
to be
them.
the superintendent.
Yep.
Not just those, but somebody's helping run that sheep show and the superintendent of that and the goats and the
well, the
swine
assistant
show.
FFA. Let's see, we got Ryan runs it, and then Tracy is an assistant, Bruce's husband. And poor Bruce, he just gets shoved into the deal because he's Ryan's brother and Tracy's husband, but he has to work pretty hard too. And then Katie Alexander is the assistant FFA superintendent, and then the ringman that I've worked before,
And I did watch them as they go around, Tim. Sarah Mead just had one calf in this class. She's listed with 2, and that I don't know if one got moved to – was put in the wrong spot because she's also got a steer coming up here in the next class. So I don't know if there was an issue.
In her defense, she's got a lot of critters.
Yeah. But, no, she just had one steer.
I can't see what doesn't believe because he took one out of the middle, not one out of the end. But so who do we got? Is that her? Who's starting that?
That'll be that J.C. Wolfinger that's on top of that class, yes.
There you go. And then we got Emberlyn Johnson second right as of now. And then we got Sarah in third there.
Yeah.
That one keeps his size down. That'd be a pretty nice semi-steer.
Yeah.
She got in third there. That poor gal in fourth with that short on, her name is Patience.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say he's going to make comment about that. But Patience has got to have some patience because her steer is acting up.
Well, that's how sometimes these little feeder steers will act. Never been away from home. Just going to do this just a little bit. So, but she's doing a very good job with him, even though he don't want to cooperate with her 100% today. I'm going to have to here's our judge.
All right, we're going to roll with the black-eyed cattle here on the top. I thought a pretty logical class winner, just building from the ground up as we've been talking about. And this is the one that the natural angles of that skeleton are of the most quality and comfort. From above that, we've got a calf that I think's got the right type of maturity pattern. He's got enough length of leg relative to the depth of his body, I think, to continue to grow and end up at a pretty ideal weight relative to composition. This calf, a little shorter switch, maybe not just the punchiest right now off the backside of his shoulder, but you start studying his forearm, just maybe his jawbone. That calf, to me, certainly looks like he'll get plenty stout enough. I think that's an awfully good calf. The calf I've got in second, I elected to put him there because I thought collectively as we look at the remaining cattle, that one there, a little piecey today, right behind his shoulder or off his rear ankle, but I thought his neck set is really good. I thought his angles of shoulder and forearm and knee and front foot laid in there probably as ideal as any of them. Again, he's a little long-bodied, so he gets a little piecey. I think as he starts to fatten and mature, and hopefully he'll bring his top line together well enough that calf I think has the outline of a steer that's got some muscularity and a stout feature. I think he's got a good potential about him. The light kind of yellow calf we got next, neat colored rascal. He's a little flatter in his forerib than maybe even that calf, and he's a little piecey like him, but he's got a lot of the same elements of quality up through his neck and his head. I think reasonably sound. A calf that, right now just got to fill out through the base of his twist, but I think there's good things to come here in this particular calf. This Shorthorn is sure ornery. He's a calf that, muscle-wise, I think maybe second best in the class. He's got a good loin. You can just go ahead and take him out. He's got a good loin edge. He's got a big old hip. He's just a little hard-bodied. I don't mind his hind leg. It kind of rolls in a little bit going away, but from the side it's got some set. Mainly just needs to get softer in his center to move up in the class. We got a pair of black calves here at the end that aren't bad. This calf here's up-fronted, cocky. It's probably the best look he's given to me, to be honest with you, so far, logically after I placed them. But this calf is up-fronted, and he's got some depth of rib and some flank to him. Put him in motion, I probably get a little critical of him just looking a little bit tighter in terms of his structure, and need to square him up and lay him back just a bit. But if he feeds into that, certainly can make a nice calf. He's a little hairy in the way we left his hocks. This calf as well, maybe just got to clip the inside of his hocks down just a little bit so he looks flat enough jointed and looks more correct structurally. Just kind of fighting the halter, just a little tighter in his flank. Just needs a little more time to soften out so we can maximize his potential.
Results of Class 2 feeder steers. Receiving first purple was J.C. Wolfinger of SCM FFA. Second purple went to Emberlyn Johnson of Palmyra FFA. Receiving blue ribbons were Patience Spitz of Shelby Rising City FFA. Connor Burak of Howells Dodge FFA. Sarah Mead of Aurora FFA. And Carly Burak of Howells Dodge. Entering the arena now is our final class of feeder steers. We have 6 entries in this class.
Yeah, we go 548 to 705 in here. Should be Trevin Sedlick, Kinsley White, Cooper Mueller, Sarah Mead, Josie Wilson, and Luke Bellina, and another one. Who'd we kick out of the last class? Sarah maybe had one out. Gotta do a little quick research.
Yeah,
here.
Josie Wilson came in last there, Tim. She was listed. Or no, that's Sarah Mead.
Nope, Josie Wilson.
Oh, we got
the great
yeah,
calf
okay,
here.
yep. They just came in just a little bit.
Well,
she was just in that last class. She just grabbed her calf and came in last in this ring. So everybody's in order except for her.
Gotcha. Well, I know the Wilson calf, that gray one, is a That's Right. He made the top 5 at that feeder show. I think he was 3rd or 4th. Maybe he wasn't reserved because I don't have the list there. That's a. After a little debate last night, I think he's going to sell on Levi Wilson's club calf sale the first week of October on SC. But that little gal showing her might have other ideas.
You're saying she wants to keep him and bring him back next year at this time.
That would be correct. And I can't really blame him. I said, I can help you sell them all day long, but I am not gonna referee the family fight.
No, you don't want to do that. And I don't blame this young lady. She's got this calf broke.
Oh, yeah.
Raised him, a calf of that quality, but that's just an awful nice one.
Well, of course, I want to sell him. Me.
And
I think they will. I'd say most likely sells. But that's right, embryo calf. Must be making some big decisions over there in the lamb show already. We got lots of clapping going on. 10,
all right. Well, welcome to the Halter Breaking Classic. This is a set of calves that just need more time, need more reps, more experience before they're going to cooperate at the level that would keep everybody's behavior in good order, kids included. And so it just gets frustrating when they come in the ring and don't want to lead or present themselves. So the smoke calf. He's a little sloppy in his top and can get a little piecey there. But, that's the calf that's got the big rear end. He's got the stout noggin on the other end, and he's got the big arm and the big feet. And so, I think he just kind of sends himself to the top based on that substance and that stoutness is what kind of seals it for me, and plenty comfortable enough in terms of his structure to feed and last. The calf that we got here in seconds, the other one I really admire from a structure standpoint as he pranced in. He's got a little more hair there above his ankle, so it didn't at first glance look as soft, but I think you look beyond that, and that calf there, the way he flexes, the way he pushes, a very comfortable steer that's very functional, and he's got a great neck set to him. Very high quality there. That calf there, probably a little bit of a sleeper. That calf could get very, very good. He's got a nice level of quality and balance about him. There's really no major flaws. He just has to continue to get bigger everywhere. The orange roan steer in 3, real stubborn rascal, kind of a sidestepper. He's a flat rib calf that right now is not as filled out, but he emulates the hind leg of the class winner with an up-fronted type look. Right now he's just got to fill out in his drawers and get a little bigger down his top. The black calf next in the line, one that's just maybe a little flatter jawed and a little tighter flank, maybe not quite as just stout when I move in behind him and appraise them down their top side. But I like his maturity pattern. He's got some elevation. He's long-sided. He's long-hip, and certainly one that'll continue to get better every day of his life. The black calf coming next here, kind of hairless, kind of like the backside of my head. This calf is one that just gets a little bit squirrely going away on his rear legs. We like to set him down wider and see a little more meat in that calf. The red and white calf, he's got the big legs. They just twist out just a little bit. He's got the big muscles. They just need to make him a little bit sounder for me to appreciate him more today.
Results of class number 3, feeder steers. Receiving first purple was Josie Wilson of Hershey FFA, and second purple was exhibited by Trevin Setlak of Loop City FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 3 were Kinsley White of Nebraska Ag Academy, Cooper Mueller of Summerland FFA, Luke Bellina of Howells Dodge, and Sarah Mead of Aurora FFA. We'll now be selecting our champion and reserve champion feeder steer. Coming back out of that first class, our first place was exhibited by Morgan Clement of Central FFA. Out of our second class was exhibited by Jace Wolfanger of SEM. And again, out of the last class, our champion was exhibited by Josie Wilson of Hershey.
Now we can see him. That's a pretty good view right there.
Yeah. But just like our feeder heifer lineup, Tim, boy, that's just an awful nice set of
It
feeder
is.
steers for him to select from. Maybe just a few differences
For sure.
what you're wanting to put your emphasis
Well,
on. But
it
boy,
looks
just
like a lot of the differences is just management time and age too. You know.
Well,
some
no,
of
I
them
understand
had
that, but
a few
you
more
know.
days. I didn't get a good look at that Baldy that goes second in that second class at Trevin Sedlick's dang night. He's a sharp looking booger too, isn't he?
Yeah, if he continues to fill out and gets a little more muscle shape to him, that one's got a killer good look. So
you've sold enough to me over the years. You know, if there's a choice between a Baldy and a black one, I'm going to take Baldy every time.
Well, Tim, there's just something about that Baldy or a Bronco-headed one. They do stand out, and
for sure.
You know, you got to like that. You know, because well, you get in a class later on, 15, 20 head or something. You know, sometimes it just takes that little extra to stand out to get there to the top. You know, if it's real close and.
Absolutely.
So that's why that little bald face is great to have.
It is, but I'm going to tell you what, the head, and he commented on it, the head, the jawline, and the structure of that Wilson steer that's standing there winning that third class, there's a lot to that. You hear it a lot. He's got a father-in-law named Norman Cole, and if you ever research anybody that studied that stuff, he was one of the pioneers, importers of Boer goats in this country, and he studied every kind of animal and species in the world, and it's really interesting to listen to him about some of that stuff. And it's I guess someday I might just ask that Ryan, and I play my cards on the sleeve. There's no doubt I like this man as an evaluator, but I kind of wonder where he was when I was going to school. I wish he'd have been around. No offense to Dr. Edwards, but this guy's next level when it comes to that. And let's see what he has to say here. Here we go.
All right, as we get into our feeder calf steer drive, it's really a black and white drive, and we've got a good mixture of cattle, the 4 black ones and then the 2 silver ones. I thought everything that made it out here in these top 2 spots was very sound and correct, and that's priority 1, and then we can take it from there. And so they check the box. And then as we move past that, this little smoke calf that's in the first class, obviously just kind of calf-headed and juvenile right now. He has got maybe as soft of a hind leg as any of them. You might even say that maybe it's a little beyond what we need. I don't mind it myself, but I could see some people saying that. I like, he's a little shorter bodied, but yet still really long neck and got adequate length to his hip. That calf maybe runs downhill just a fraction, and just like to see, what his potential is in terms of his capacity to grow and expand right there in behind his shoulder. He's just a little bit plainer right there, but, the sky's the limit. I guess for me, as she walks him around there, Morgan, your calf is so good from the point of his hock down to the ground in terms of staying true and wide. He's not hocked in. And so you look at the definition to a stifle here from the profile. I think those things, too, in combo promise that calf will get plenty of muscular down the road. The calf that we got in the middle of Jace's, not Jace's, now I'm forgetting your name. Jaycee. Yeah, Jaycee, okay. All right, the black calf of Jaycee's is really got that show steer type look from the side. His proportionality is what I really like, and that's kind of bone, the body mass, and then just his length of hip and length of body and length of neck. Wouldn't say they're a mile long, but they all kind of fit together well in a sensible fashion. He's got a stout head on him, and I think just gauging by his feature and his forearm, a calf that also promises to expand. I think he's very complete. Little short in his tail. We'll forgive him for that. This calf that we got out of the heavyweight class, probably the biggest legged. He's maybe got as much volume through his hooks to his pins and down to the base of his stifle as any of them. He's a calf that plenty comfortable. His biggest question mark is he gets a little piecey there in terms of how he gathers his top line, but certainly got the other big parts that we're chasing. So I guess ultimately we're going to use old short tail here out of the middle of the lineup. Let's give her a round of applause. Won the heifer show, won the steer show, clean sweep.
Our grand champion today was J.C. Wolfinger of SEM FFA.
You know, the second place calf is a nice one. He's just pretty immature. He maybe every once in a while sneaks up on his ankle, but I think his angles are good. I'm going to go back here and use the big calf on the end here. Congratulations to you. Nice feeder show. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors.
And our reserve champion feeder steer was exhibited by Josie Wilson of Hershey FFA. Let's give all of our feeder steer participants a big round of applause as they exit the arena and we transition over to our market heifer show.
Well, like we said before, that Wolfinger family came to play and they swept her. Good looking steer, for
you
sure.
have an overall feeder steer, feeder calf.
Okay, so she's got a show against herself. I'm gonna guess that J.C. Wolfinger's gonna win that overall too. What do you think?
Well, it's going to take a miracle for her not to, Tim.
Yeah.
But boy, two very complete calves.
Yep.
Both her steer and her heifer. Both got that really good look to them. You know, there might not have been as much muscle in that steer as the reserve steer, but boy, that black one is so complete and got that killer look to him.
All right, so
And
coming back in for this overall
him.
drive then, out of our feeder heifer, our champion was exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger. Also out of our feeder steer was J.C. Wolfinger.
Yeah, if any of that family's around, I'd like to know. Well, hello, Big G. How we doing, Garrett?
Good. Yourself, Timmy?
What's a good word today? Nice.
All right, I was giving JC the option to talk. I said, I'll show your calf. You're winning either way, so you can talk your cattle and decide what you like. But she said she would kindly leave that responsibility to me. You got a nice pair of cattle. You know, your heifer that you've elected to show is she's probably further out there in terms of just the length and consistency of her lines. How high quality she is in regards to just that look and presence. I think maybe just a fraction above the steer. The steer is so stout in terms of his basic build. They're actually probably more analogous when you get him behind him from a muscle standpoint than it might appear. But I like the heifer, so we're going to use that one, JC. Congratulations to you. Even though you didn't talk him, I'm going to allow you to win. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, and I don't blame
Feeder
you.
calf was exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger of SEM. That's out of our heifer division.
I don't blame her for not wanting to talk.
We're going
with
to
this
use
guy,
JC's black steer for reserve, and then
go.
we're going to follow with the white heifer right here for third overall. Congratulations to y'all on a nice feeder show today. Yeah. Good job. Good job. That's a good calf.
Reserve champion overall was also exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger of SEM FFA.
So she really swept it.
Yeah, she did.
1, 2, and 3. That's impressive. Good cattle. Very good cattle. I wouldn't want to talk either in the microphone next to him. So we're starting on the market show.
We're going to start with 4 classes of market heifers to start the show here, Tim.
Yep.
So,
And our third place overall went to Sarah Mead from Aurora FFA.
Okay. There you go. Yeah, we got 1080 to 1190.
We're now beginning our market heifer show. And in this case, this first class has 6 entries.
Before I forget to say it, early in the day, I've seen the girls out here taking pictures already. Legacy Livestock is here. You know, if you are online, Legacy Livestock's got a bunch of pictures up. If you've been here or you were here last week for the 4-H show or the open show, I'm sure most of them are up. You can find them there, or the Pulse does a great job. Rudy's got everything up and rolling this morning with the Pulse, and you can click it on. They've got the official photography site on there too. If you go to the Paul Sore Legacy Livestock, you can find all of the pictures directed at there, and they're worth looking at. Some of the candids that those girls take are just amazing. They do a great job. Heidi and Charles and the crew are, I think, second to none. We're glad to have them here.
Yep, and it's been a long week for them and that. And right here, Tim, I mean, like you said, the candidates, but we got 2 girls out here right now with 6 calves. You know, they're going to get a good picture of just about everybody out there, get a good little candid and that. And if you sure want to have something to remember the fair by, you know, or you weren't able to be here, go take a look at them and get a couple portraits back and have that memory.
You bet. And they do a great job. Again, well, I wasn't clear. Mama had said I didn't get it quite right, so I better get it right. Ryan Hasselberg is the FFA superintendent. Tracy is the assistant, but Tracy is married to Bruce, which I know very well. But if that was any, and then their son Blake is the one out here with the really good sweatshirt. I don't see where he is right now with the blue CB sweat. I think we got hot. He's there now. He's dressed up. He's got his short sleeves on, rolled up. He's ready to rock and roll and pick up the fork again when he needs to be. And the FFA crew has really done good. We've got Caitlin Coulson's doing a good job of lining up kids in the back too. I mean, they're doing a super job. The FFA group is getting them in here. And if we can, this is Tim Burke here. My phone number is 402-750-0440. Shoot me a text if there's some, you know, if you got a kid or a calf or you sold one here and you got some information on them, we'd love to tell you, you know, we'd love to tell the world about them if we can. Danny, what's your number?
My number is 402-297-1269.
Yep, so call me or Danny Raber and let us know. Danny, this is always interesting. And I can say this with full, absolute, and everybody probably knows about what's coming if they know me. I can say this with absolutely no reservation. Sometimes Texans struggle with market heifers. They just don't do it down there. Now, a world-renowned judges himself probably ain't going to struggle with much anything today, but they tend to like to take them home a little bit, you know, and think, man, I just hate to see that one die, so we're going to put her third. You know, it's happened a lot over the years, but
and like we talked last week, Tim, you know, everybody's got these market heifers. You know, we breed them to be a steer, and they come out a heifer, and I'm glad that, you get away from Nebraska and Iowa.
Yep.
They do it in other places, but not to the extent as these two states. And, you know, I mean, you wish more people did it because, boy, there's plenty of these heifers born that's what they were. They were supposed to be a steer.
They're terminal cross.
They're terminal cross. They were supposed to have been a steer. And they're not, but it gives them kids a chance to show these animals in a competitive environment and still have a chance to compete, you know, because if they don't have the market heifer and you try to show these as a breeding heifer, most of them are probably too stout, too terminal looking, and to do well in the breeding heifer show. So it's great that they let them do this and that we got these numbers here in Nebraska and Iowa like we do.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of times, especially in Iowa, but Nebraska too, especially at jackpot shows, there's a lot of times those market heifers, they'll beat the steers at a jackpot show, and even in here, you know, they've had them. Well, that was one of Jakey's pop quiz questions at Denver. Who had the market heifer that was reserve grand overall and beat all the steers but one in Denver a few years back? It's a very well-renowned name. They got a sale on SC coming up that's posted. I'll give you a hint. That's posted at the start of the Pulse's advertising today. He's going to have to look it up.
I'm going to have to cheat because I don't know who it was, Tim.
Bailey Core. Mark and Deb's daughter when she was showing. And if I remember my history correctly, Dan Hogue judged it.
Yep. They ain't done market heifers out there for a number of years. I knew it'd been a while ago, but no, I know they did that for a while. So
you know, and now I think we've seen an uptick in them around the country a little bit. They're getting them started. I know Indiana has a way stronger program. In Ohio, they're starting to do a lot more of them than they do, and it's catching on. And Ohio has that Ohio's Best series out there, and they're starting to do a lot of them out there in that country. 15:37 starts the class.
73.
15:73, excuse my dyslexia. That'd be Brody Raines from Wilbur Claytonian. We got pulled here in second.
She's ahead just enough. I can't read her number, Tim.
Yep.
We'll have to get her here.
Dang the ponytails anyway, Dan. You know, they just... I really like, I'll get a text that says, watch for my daughter out there. She'll be in a light green shirt with a ponytail.
All right, we're jumping into the market show now, the market heifer show. And Brody, you got a heifer here that, you know, she's not as big-haired as the big shag we got coming off the hind legs of the rig in second. But, you know, I think you just step back, you start studying cattle and not hair. This calf is the one that, for me, is a little trimmer up through her brisket, a trimmer through her neckline and her shoulder design, and just has a little higher cutability type of a look to her than the calf that we've got there in second. From behind the cattle, she complements her leanness advantage with more shape, turning up over her rib and loin, and particularly has more expression and just total volume of round as you study her down into the base of her stifle. And I think just from the side view profile, she gives you a look that, you know, collectively is just a little longer growing, a little later maturing, a little more fitting of our cattle industry today, where we're feeding cattle to heavier weights and asking them to sustain an efficient cost of gain. And so you do that through, you know, cattle that are a little more muscular and a little later maturing. And I know I talked a lot yesterday about moderate heifers, so I don't want y'all to mistake me. I like our heifers and our cow herd a little more moderate, but yet if we design them to raise terminal progeny, we have to complement them in a manner that we complement that with genetics that can raise terminal cattle that have a little bit more size and performance to them to meet kind of where we're at in the industry today. And so collectively, that's the system that we're after, and I just want y'all to understand kind of where I'm coming from there. So, you know, is she the biggest bodied in the world? Not necessarily in terms of depth of flank, if that matters to you. But she's pretty round ribbed, and she's plenty adequate in terms of soundness. The heifer we've got here in second, the shaggy one, she's got a really sound set of feet and legs up underneath her. She's burlier in terms of just from the side, her heart and back to her flank, and like I said, laid on a little more fat, which may be advantageous depending on her genetics from a quality grade standpoint. I'd like to see her just a little truer and more genuine young lady through the base of her stifle. I just need a little more lower hind quarter to her, and then clean her up just a little bit through her chest and make her maybe just a fraction bigger in terms of her maturity pattern and frame score. The black and white paint heifer here, one that, you know, I'd like to see her softer on her hind leg and particularly that rear ankle. But, you know, as we talk about composition, she is right there with the gold heifer, really. She's one that's very true as I place my hands down a non-glued top, which I did appreciate. I think I'm ruining the shirt today. But this is a calf that really has a big turn up high, a real big turn to her upper hip, and she's up fronted. She's compositionally clean and high cutability. Just needs better wheels down low, and then we can move her right up. The black heifer next. Young lady, I like her in terms of body capacity. Honestly, in terms of width, just getting behind them and measuring them, she may be the widest heifer in the class. She's a little smaller in her bone work relative to that mass. I'd like to see her balance a little better from top to bottom. She's starting to shift some of her weight further forward, or the length of her blade, and because of the extra fat in her shoulder down through her chest, is starting to make her appear a little deeper through her front half versus her back half. And so I'd like to just change her balance just a little bit. She's kind of acting like a fool now, Tyrone, but she's a nice heifer. She's a little more moderate in her frame score and a little shorter and chuffier there in her neck to be a little flatter jawed. I'd like to see her just a little better ankled and bigger in her feet size. But she's got a burly body, and she's got, she's got a market-ready look. You got a quality grade, just at a little bit lighter weight. And then this little gal is very, very low to the ground. These little legs are very short. This heifer has got the big back and the big end in terms of muscularity. I need her frame score to be bigger. She's pretty conservative, and so she's kind of a ground pounder, if you will. And so, she is what she is, right? She's big and stout from behind, but just needs to be a little bigger in her stature here from the side. Congratulations, everybody in that class. Nice job.
Results of Class 1 market heifers. Receiving first purple was Brody Rains of Wilbur Claytonia FFA. Second purple went to Claire Ram of Stewart FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in Class number 1 were Kenron Etherton of Palmer FFA, Macy Smith of Sargent, Tyrone Ray of Northwest FFA, and Riley Codner of Wood River. Next into the arena is Class 2 market heifers. We have 4 heifers in this class.
A real good class, Tim, to start that with. I thought those top 2 were very good. And so we're coming into the second class of market heifers. There's going to be 4 in this class, ranging in weight from 1225 to 1275.
Yep, I bet this will heat up pretty fast in here at the market heifer show. We had a pile of them last week in the 4-H show.
Yeah.
I mean, what was there? 6 classes?
There were 6 classes of them last week, and
about 10
in a class. Yeah. So there was around 60 head of them last week. So a pretty good size show.
So who all do we have here? We've got from right to left on your FM dial, we've got Patience Spitz, Dylan Higbee, Leighton Held, and Hannah Heinrich, if I'm counting them right. You go along with that?
Yep, they came in that order, so yep.
Yeah, I was driving down the road coming in here this morning, went around the backside of the Skip the Pack coming in from the east, going down that blacktop past Bosselman's and getting up the stoplight, talking on the phone, not thinking about anything. Mr. County Sheriff, he's at stoplight going the other way. He pulls over and he's going like this. We just met him at the door. I said, well, just a minute. He didn't even put his cherries on or anything. I got pretty lucky. He just gave me a warning. He said, sir, the speed limit is 40 along here, not 62. That could have been expensive.
Well, Tim, yeah, because especially when Nebraska this week just upped their fines for speeding in the state.
I saw that. Well, I think, I rolled my window down and my seatbelt was on, which darn sure need to have. I think that might have saved it. I think no seatbelt, we'd have been over on the side of the road having a little different talk because the click at the ticket's going on too.
Just explain to him you were in a hurry to get to the state fair for the last day.
He didn't even ask. The other day, did you hear the story the other day? I got Mark Langren's wife was driving and Mark was on and got him out of a speeding ticket, you and I.
Really?
They'd went to church and they were coming down here, and she was driving and Mark was watching the show, and that market heifer that won had come from them, and they were getting ready. They were trying to get here by the time the steer showed, because they knew that black and white steer was there too. And of course now the police, for safety, they come around the passenger side. Usually they don't usually go to the driver's side. And so he'd come over, and of course Mark's standing there watching the show and and all of this. And about that time we announced that Mark Langren was the breeder of that calf. And so he's like, he looks at him and says, he that's me. See, we're really trying to get there, and we were at church, and so we're trying to get to that. So the officer said, really? He says, yeah. He said, I'm Mark, and that was my, so they heard me say that. And anyway, He says, well, ma'am, I'll go back and look, and if you don't have any prior warnings or tickets or anything, we'll get you a warning. And she got off with a warning, says, hurry up, but stay the speed limit. She got off the speeding ticket.
Well, I wish I'd have known that because we'd had Mark buying us a piece of pie here the other day.
I think we maybe still could, but
I just don't think he's around today, or I haven't seen him yet.
I haven't seen him yet. I bet
if he is, I think he's going to have to do that for us.
Yep. That's Hannah Heinrich in first, Nebraska Ag Academy. Boy, we're seeing a lot of that in Nebraska Ag Academy these days. I don't know a lot about it, but I've been hearing good things. Do you know much about it?
I don't know much about it. I think it is for those kids that either are homeschooled or from a school that don't have FFA.
All right. Well,
yeah,
really a nice class. All four of these are excellent. They'd make a great judging contest class, and maybe just the differences amongst them are striking, and there's some compositional differences to discuss. I really felt like maybe the top pair was almost the second verse of the song we just sang in the class right before this. We had a decision between a calf that was a little bigger in her kind, later mature and higher cutability, and a little more muscular, versus a heifer that was a little shorter statured and chunkier, if you will, in terms of condition, but had a little more body capacity. So if you disagree with my top pair, you're going to tell me that, well, this heifer, she looks like she's got too much daylight underneath her. And, if you make them more elevated, there's going to be more daylight. But, yeah, I wish she was a little softer back to her rear rib and flank. But this heifer here, I think as you get from a front or a three-quarter shot, she's the one that naturally is gauged a little bit wider, but yet she still has more growing performance. Most of the time when you downsize cattle, they're going to be significantly wider. And so if we're going to take a shorter statured one and reverse that pair, I'd have to have this one considerably more powerful in order to justify that switch. So I think this one here's got an awesome look up to her neck, and she's stout in her head, really long but yet correct and strong in her spine. To me, she's longer and leveler from hooks to pins. As I get over the top of them and analyze them, there's more to script shape. I don't know if there's a big mass difference down their tops, but she's got more length of muscle tying from her pin bone down to the base of her stifle, and still has more expression of muscle. And I know she's compositionally quite a bit cleaner and leaner to give her that advantage from a yield grade standpoint. Plenty adequate in her structure. She snaps her rear ankles a bit, but her foot shape is plenty adequate. The foot shape on the heifer in second's plenty good. Again, has that body advantage, maybe a little bit more finish laid over her last ribs from a quality grading standpoint. She's just a little cresty in her neck, a little lower in her pin set. Although she's soft in her rear ankles, she kind of gets a little up underneath herself. Mainly just need to see that heifer just a little bigger and later maturing for me to switch the pair today. Young man, your heifer right here, you talk about the massive bodied one that's kind of a low ground pounder, just like the one that's in front of you. I'd agree. And she doesn't move too bad. She's super sound. She's a little flatter on her feet, like a little shallower heeled. I'd like to probably change that a little bit, but mainly I think she's just enjoyed the groceries a little too much. She's gotten a little fat for you. If we could just peel that fat off the lower third of her body, we'd have a heifer that I think you upgrade her balance and you upgrade her composition, and then that might be a different story. I'm sorry to be a little tough on that, but she's just a little too fat. Patience, your calf is one that from the side, when she's standing still and relaxes her spine, I do like her. She's deep, she's long-bodied, she's got some proportionality to her. We put her in motion, and she wants to get tight spine. She wants to get a little postier off her hock, and then she gets a little narrower base relative to that. And so she changes a little bit in motion, and that's unfortunately why I've got her fourth, but I think she's a good calf, and you presented her well here in the ring. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 2 market heifers. First purple went to Hannah Henrich of Nebraska Ag Academy. Second purple went to Leighton Held of Lee. Receiving blue ribbons in that class were Dylan Higme of Lee, as well as Patience Spitz of Shelby Rising. Next into the arena is class number 3, market heifers. We have 6 heifers in this class.
All right, we got the next weight, 1,300 to 1,331, so we got a pretty tight weight. Ella Platt, Evan Pancoke, Easton Bowes, Gentry Fredrickson, Clayton Pribble, and Carter Schmidt. And we're not quite in order. We got 287. We got Clayton Pribble on the end and Carter Schmidt next to him. I don't think that makes any difference. They weigh 2 pounds apart. Carter with a white-legged heifer. I assume Pribble's would be something Gale Show cattle had something to do with.
Yeah, it could have. I mean,
I'm
this,
pretty
you know, those
sure.
Pribbles had that heifer that did a lot of winning this spring, but I was told this was a different one, that they did not bring her out to the fair.
That
But
one's
this
not
is,
that. Okay.
That's what I was told about
Okay.
him. Now, maybe
You
I
would
was told
know.
wrong, but
No, I bet you're right.
somebody told me this morning they left her home and that.
Did they?
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
And that, so this is a
the
different
good
heifer.
heifer from Gale's come
Yeah.
this one. Say, well, not that this one couldn't have come from him too. I just was wondering. And then the white-legged one, Hoblin's raised. It's one my son Cody found for him that they're showing. And then the steer circling come from Leo's. I know that one's a how great. And I forget that one's wild bred. That 201 kid. Not Cody's told me no less than 62 times.
Oh,
And I can't remember yet. I still can't. Let's see who I can ask. Let us go to the source. Now, these look like Nebraska market efforts, Danny.
Yeah, this is real good class.
Got 3 or 4 good choices, and like, gosh, dang it. So the Pribble heifer first. Even Pancock, I think, second. Evan
Yep,
Pancock.
Yep.
That's Joe Leo heifer. So, tag-wise, Ethan Bowes is third. And that does not look like Ethan Bowes.
That's Easton.
Easton?
Yeah, Easton.
Is it Easton?
Yeah.
Okay, it is Easton. Where did I get Ethan from? A cross between Evan and something. And the bottom, we're having too much of a demolition derby. I don't know right where we're at there. We got first, second, and third, pretty sure. The rest of them, I think they're having a cow fight.
Fourth was Carter Schmidt.
Yep.
Man, we got an incredibly good market heifer class here. Can y'all make a little noise and support these kids? Let's tell them how good they are. I thought it was a really fun class and well managed and well fed all the way through. Just from a strictly terminal merit standpoint, we got some big time cattle out here that have a ton of grid value to them, and I was impressed. That being said, I was really sold on this class winner, the black heifer here. She's, I guess I'm reversing my trend a little bit. The one in second's probably got a little more altitude at the top of her blade. But in terms of sealing the deal, this female in motion is the one that takes the lead in her hip and hind leg structure. She's by far the one that's built the way I like them, off her rear wheels. And then just her level of balance. Young man, pull her up a little bit. That's probably the worst she's looked, to be honest with you. When her level of balance is one that everything has kind of symmetry. And then yet, even though she's a little lower to the ground, she's got that kind of up-fronted, high-quality look. And you get them behind them and study them from a carcass merit standpoint, she's outrageously big. I appreciate the fact that her top is not glued, and so she's got a big, honest back shape in her. She's one that, through her lower stifle, I thought actually had the advantage versus the one in second. But collectively, she's powerful and muscular in her conformation. I thought she had the right amount of finish. She's got a little bit of chest poking out, but I thought the evenness of her cover is still pretty on target there compositionally. So really a great place to start. We move to the black heifer in second. Man, this one again, she's got more elevation, more length of body. You would be shocked just how big her back is. She's got a monster shape, maybe even a little more expressive than the heifer I started. And she's probably a little bit leaner. And so she has those advantages. She wants to short step just a little bit in terms of her natural step from behind, and just maybe can't equal that same level of lower body balance that the heifer that we've got that started, but she's got an awesome neck set. I was having a good time talking to this young man. That's the first time I think I was judging a show and somebody offered the animal that they were showing for sale for me. I said, "This is a nice heifer." He said, "Well, she's for sale as soon as I get done with her, if you'd like to buy her." And I think she is a nice heifer, but I had to put you second today, but it was nice to meet you. I enjoyed our conversation. The gold heifer that we've got here in 3, this is a monster ribbed heifer. It's so big and heavy, it seems to weigh down the strength of her top line. I like her here in this position because she's sound on her rear ankle, and she's loaded up with muscularity. Her back shape is outrageous as well. This is a heifer that, again, if we could just bring her together a little stronger in her top line, maybe elevate and push her chest back in her just a shot fresher, then I certainly would have no problem ranking that heifer a spot or two higher. That just happened to be quite a bit of heat up there. These gals are sure wanting to go out the gate, aren't they? This stock-and-legged heifer, one that maybe a little off in terms of her toes from behind, like to change that up. I'd like to give her more lower stifle going away. She's not bad to the top side of her skeleton over the ribbon loin and how she grips up there. And I don't mind her here in terms of her body shape and her length of body and length and levelness of hip. Young lady, you can take her out, babe. You don't have to fight her. That black paint heifer, you talk about one that's loaded up with muscle. That's the biggest backed, biggest ended heifer in the class. She has got just an absolute tank for a body cavity. Her feet and leg structure, unfortunately, are a little off. I'm sorry that heifer treated her not unfairly there in terms of just her behavior here. That gal did a great job, and I wish you the best down the road. This black heifer we close out the class with, you can go ahead and send her out. She wants to go. So this heifer, I think one that's just a little patchier as I got my hands on her in terms of finish. She's got an adequate level, just lays on her a little uneven in terms of over her ribs versus her chest. She's a little empty back to her flank, just not quite as attractive, probably in terms of the build of her hind leg. But some length of body in that heifer and still adequate carcass merit. That was a great class. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, exhibitors, for bringing them to the Nebraska State Fair.
Results of Class 3 market heifers. Receiving first purple was Clayton Pribble of EMF FFA. Second purple went to Evan Pekoke of Hampton FFA. Also receiving purple ribbons were Easton Bowes of Alma FFA and Carter Schmidt of Lakeview. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 3 were Ella Platt, Elmwood Murdoch, as well as Gentry Fredrickson of Wisner Pilger. Next into the arena, we have Class 4. There are 4 heifers in this class. This is our last class of market heifers.
All righty, we got the big girls now, 1345 to 1385. So big isn't even that big. You know, yesterday he was talking about the ideal cow size being 1,100 pounds. He's going to present this thing to the Red Angus Association next week or whatever. Now, I don't know. There's about 4 or 5 guys that have walked by that live in either Cumming or Platte County or maybe over in Burke County that is going to tell you that these cattle that weigh about 14, 15, maybe up to 1650, 1,700 pounds might be a little more what we want. You directing traffic?
Yeah, he was just asking me if I knew if my heifer was out there in that ring.
Is your heifer out there in this ring?
Yeah, she is, Tim.
Which one's yours, big guy?
You don't remember that black and white one on my
Oh, my
sale?
God. I turned around and looked. I was looking at you. The minute I saw her, I said, oh, yeah, that one. What is she?
She's a here for good.
Here for good. How could I forget? That's a stout one.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to talk about the ideal cow size. I understand what he's saying, you know, for feed value, you know, to raise a calf. But, you know, we're still sitting here market cattle, you know, with the way they're taking these cattle to town nowadays. I mean, at 1345 and 1385 on these heifers.
About
boy,
right.
It looks
They're
like
close.
they all handled, you know, I think they're okay weight-wise, you know, the way they're
Gary
picking them.
just walked by. You know, Gary Weezy just walked by. He'd probably say, now we need another 30 days.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is it looks like these heifers all handled it pretty well at this
Yeah, I
weight.
think they
So,
do.
yeah.
We got to fight each other here. One right ahead of her, I just looked. That's Gage Anderson from Lakeview. That's one we sold last year.
The Baldy heifer.
Yep. Yours is a what? A here for good?
Here for good.
Well, I wanted to double check because I was thinking that was right, but it could have been good to go, but ours is here for good too.
It is.
Yep. I just double checked my list. I thought that was right. There's, here for good and good to go, and here I go, and here I went, and here, one time
Here for now
Corey
and here
Thompson
forever.
said at 6:05 there were 15 bulls 2 years ago that had a three-word name that started with here. And then you got Robbie Van Hove up there. Everything's got good in it somewhere,
Yeah.
you know. Besides being a dang good heifer, oh, SCO is beeping and beeping and beeping. That's good. Everybody's working, but me.
Oh, you're working today.
I am. I'm doing my SEO magic.
Man, another well of a market heifer class here. And this time when I talk him, guys, I don't think these are giving us too much trouble, but I'm going to talk the whole class with y'all standing still, Jackson. So after I talk your heifer, just keep showing her there. We're just getting some kids that are getting frustrated. The worst thing we could possibly have is a kid that gets in the ring and has a bad experience. And the way these cattle are wanting to run out the gate after their counterparts leave, some kids are kind of getting their butts kicked down there, and I just don't like to see that. So if this heifer will hold still, we'll just kind of keep him here in the ring. And I'll make my comments maybe a little briefer. Jackson, your heifer for me sets the standard here from the side. I like this female's just general balance. She's got a little more length to her lines, but yet she's strong and collected in her spine. She's one that's really up-fronted. I thought when I got my hands on her, she probably handled a little firmer in terms of her back shape than your counterparts, and I thought she was a little bit leaner to the touch. So compositionally, I love her in that regard. You look back at the Baldy heifer in second, that's maybe a little lower through the base of her body. This heifer is just a little trimmer in her kind. I thought in terms of her feet and leg structure, plenty adequate. I could build her just a little wider base at the point of her hock and stifle, but I thought the most compositionally correct, most attractive animal in the group. The Baldy heifer here, one that's huge centered. She's just a monster in terms of that rib cage. She's got a big, wide rear end in her. She maybe doesn't match it with quite as much expression, just as much as I thought off the backside of her shoulder. Gauge, I'd like to see her just gauged a little bit wider right there to match the rest of her width. Gauge, I'd also like to see her heifer just a little bit longer in her front leg, a little cleaner up through her front end, and just send her a little naturally higher out of her neck set. Didn't mind her structure. I thought it was real good and functional. Micah, your heifer here, you talk about one that's good looking from the side. Man, she was probably one of my favorites in that sense. And so I did consider moving her a spot or two higher and maybe even switching this middle pair just because I do like that presence. And she moves pretty darn good. She arguably as good as any of them, but I don't have a problem with those. I thought she was sounder than this one, but from a composition standpoint, she actually handled a little fatter over her forerib than I was anticipating. Not a big deal, but relative to maybe giving up some muscle from hooks to pins, I thought she shortened just a little bit in that area of her body. So I'd like to expand her there. I thought she was a nice heifer. The heifer that we've got down here, Garrett, is loaded up with muscle. She's big-bodied. It seems like we've had a lot of cattle like this that I've actually had to put at the end, maybe as much carcass merit as any of them, but just a little off in her feet. She's got kind of pinch toes from behind that are a little small relative to the amount of mass we're asking her to carry from a muscle and carcass standpoint. So I'd like to trim her up in her brisket, so just a little bit fell out of her down there. So, hey, great class. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these kids. We'll send them out. Jackson, thanks for being patient and waiting for the rest of your contemporaries in this class.
Results of Class 4. Receiving first purple was Jackson Wright of Wheeler Central FFA. Second purple went to Gage Anderson of Lakeview. Also receiving a purple ribbon, Micah Schultz of Southern Valley. And receiving a blue ribbon in class number 4 was Garrett Tallman of Crawford FFA. We'll now be selecting our champion and reserve champion market heifer. Coming back out of that first class, our grand champion was exhibited by Brody Raines of Wilbur Claytonia. Out of our second class, our class winner was Hannah Henricks of Nebraska Ag Academy. Out of class number 3, that winner was exhibited by Clayton Pribble of EMF FFA. And again, out of that last class was exhibited by Jackson Wright of Wheeler Central.
Hey, Reed Parker just texted me that heifer that wins at Jackson Wright come from Reed. You remember that name from whooping us last week whooping it up on us all last week too, and he whooped me. That one is a chosen one. And again, Mark Langren sold that one too, so Mark's off. If he's speeding down here, keep the volume on high so we can get you out of another ticket.
Well, buddy. I saw him just standing over here, so he must have made it safely today. Now, maybe he's got something.
Well, he didn't have to go to church. It's Monday today, so that worked a little better. But she's a chosen one that come off chosen one Meyer come off a Mark sale last year, and so we got our champions, and we know who we kind of are. That Brody Raines heifer weighs 1149. Hannah Heinrich's heifer weighs 1275. Then we got Clayton Pribble's heifer weighing 1329, and the heifer we just saw, Jackson Wright's, weighing 1384. I like that Baldy that won that last class. And we weighing? Oh, yeah.
They just got done weighing her back, and so she just come off the scale. Here she comes in the ring now, so, yep.
Yeah, dang it. Unfortunately for me, she weighed in. Oh, sorry, Reed. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Jackson Wright is Mark Langren's grandson. No wonder he's on time.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense now. So you probably got to gravitate down to these last two classes. And this will be kind of telling for what's coming up.
Yeah, real good lineup, Tim.
For sure.
Probably, I know it's, we got the 4-H and FFA show separate, but boy, these heifers here would have sure, fit right in with them 4-H heifers last week. This is an awful good set. I know there was only 20 head, but they were good.
All right, if we could, let's put our hands together, congratulate our market heifer exhibitors. What a great show. These market heifer divisions, something that we're not privy to in the South, and we don't do this division. And so, man, it's fun. I really, really enjoy the market heifer shows at these state fairs in the North. And, it's fun because, a lot of times this is the byproduct of the breeding program. Our focus is breeding that elite steer, but we end up with these elite heifers. And some of them a little clubby built where maybe their style is not in line with what you want for a show heifer, but you like a division like this where you can showcase something that's got more power, but yet still built right. And so it's a lot of fun, and I'm sure a lot of y'all may make cows out of these. Some of them, I guess, may be terminal, but I would presume that a lot of the elite ones, we're still going to make cows out of them. So what a fun show. Brody's up front there with old Butterscotch. He's done a marvelous job. Got a heifer that's got the right type of composition and cutability to continue to get bigger and put on more weight, but yet stay trim and clean and balanced. I thought that was a nice heifer for that young man. Hannah's got our Class 2 winner. And, as I start talking about, maturity patterns, I thought Hannah's heifer fit right in line with the heifer that we started the first class with. They're different colors, but this one's shape is excellent. Her length of hip is excellent. Her neck set is excellent. I love the upper half of her. The bottom half of her, plenty good enough. Plenty adequate in her structure. Hannah, I wish she had probably just a little, maybe more robust center body to her, and then bring her down in her flank just a shade. But I thought she was awfully good. We got into the next class, and this class was loaded up with some real heat. Clayton, I thought you set the bar pretty high there in that class. Y'all got her presented extremely well. Clayton, did you help fit her? You did not. Okay. Well, I like your honesty, but whoever fit her did a nice job. This heifer here, when she comes in the ring, she makes an instant impression. She's got the right kind of wheels below. And above on that vehicle, we've got a heifer that's got a monster rib cage and an impressive amount of muscularity laid into her. Again, I appreciate how well she's fit and the fact that y'all didn't glue her top. I'd probably appreciate it if y'all didn't glue the top on the steers as well. But this heifer, grabs very firm. I think she's even in her market readiness. She got a little bit of chest down there. If I had any other complaints about her, Clayton, she's a little flat in her front feet. She just gets a little flat right there. But, I think that heifer's awfully good. Now, she stands out for me in terms of quality. Some of you are going to say, Ryan, you were saying that we need bigger terminal cattle, and she's a little lower to the ground. She weighs 1340. When she's got that level of muscularity and density, we generate performance. And so I still think a performance-oriented animal. Then we came to Jackson's Brockle heifer, and we do go back up the frame score scale at least one frame score. And she's got that elevation and that length of neck. The way she ties together in her top line, I thought was incredible. Just her strength, her organization. When you grip her top, man, she's got a firm, expressive top. It could spread a little wider, but it's big and it's real. And then you get them behind her. She probably plays out a little bit through the base of her drawers, but yet her volume of muscle here collectively, because she's long-muscled and long-hipped, I think will be impressive on if we did go to the rail. I hope we don't. But anyway, she's good-legged, good on her feet, and got an impressive look, and I think her composition's on target. So enough said. I thought the kids did a fantastic job. The heifer that I like is I've got to assume is also the fan favorite. Clayton, you're going to have the champion heifer. Congratulations to you.
Grand champion is exhibited by Clayton Pribble of EMF FFA out of our third class.
Well, I don't know about a fan favorite, but that's a darn good one.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume Jake Gale. Yep, that one. And that brings up Evan Pancoke from Hampton. Well, no matter how you do him, you really got to appreciate Dr. Rathman for the way he is around our youth. He's just awesome.
Yep.
Talks to them, makes them feel good, wants them to have a good experience, No arrogance.
Sometimes I'd like to know what he's saying because Evan and him had a little smile and a laugh together, so I know they're having a little fun out there, and that's the main thing too. It keeps these kids interested and wanting to do it again. So.
Well, Evan steps in the lineup now. I asked him what his nickname was. He said they call him Pancake. Evan, you got a nice heifer. This is a close contest. This is what I was waiting to see and evaluate this decision for reserve. I love your heifer when I get my hands on her. Just how genuine she is from the backside of her blade to her 13th and then to her hook bone is just glass smooth because she's got such an honest edge to her ribeye roll. This heifer's trim and firm and compositionally correct. I thought her feet and leg structure was pretty darn good. I wouldn't say it's like the most elite I've ever seen, but plenty comfortable. And I thought she had a nice look up front. She's finally starting to behave where we can kind of get a look at her out here. So I would lengthen her hip just a little bit for her size and length the body. I thought maybe hooks to pins, she could have been just a fraction longer is probably one of the main areas I would change her. So I think this is close between your heifer and Jackson's. Jackson's heifer probably has a little more turn and swell to her rib cage, maybe has a little more hair down there, but I think naturally probably just a little better and fresher here to the base of her body and longer, much longer from hooks to pins. Your heifer probably is a little punchier down to the base of her stifles. I really like the elevation to have more height of shoulder. She still has every bit or more of slope of blade, which that combination for me is one that I really drawn to. So this is a very close call. Either of you guys could probably be reserved, and I'd be fine with it. But I'm going to go with Jackson's heifer today. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Congratulations to y'all.
And reserve champion was exhibited by Jackson Wright of Wheeler Central FFA.
And so the champion, Clayton Pribble, and the reserve, Jackson Wright. Credit there goes again to Mark Langren and Reed Parker. That Mark, and it's been that way since our kids were showing and the Langren kids were showing. They've been deadly tough in market heifers for as long as market heifers have been in Nebraska, and they've showed them. I mean, they've kicked out a lot of good ones over the years. Well, Dan, I'll tell you what, I've got a choice right now, and I'm not sure which way I'm going to go, but I'm going to go one way or the other. I'm either going to go, I'm going to go get Fat Guy food. I'm trying to decide between Cactus Jacks and go down here and just get a little bit. I haven't had one yet. Kind of thinking it might be Brownie Sunday time.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you what, Tim. If it was me,
if it was you,
because I'm the real fat man here in this deal.
Entering
do both.
now, we've moved into our registered
I just do both.
breed market B.
Yeah, but I'm trying to decide what order. What order to do it.
So again, this is 63 1A.
I do Cactus Jacks and have your
British
dessert later.
breed heifers. We have 2 entries in this
might
class.
be right, but we might beat the crowd. I don't know. Well, anyway, right now, whether we eat or not isn't important. What we got is Josie Wilson, Kinsley White, and Mason Prothman from 11-12 to 14-45. We've got registered shorthorn market steers. All 2 of them, so we must be waiting for one. So while we're waiting for one, I'm going to leave you on your own, buddy. I'm going to go.
That will be fine, Tim. We'll do this because looks like we got the registered British breed market beef here. We got a class of shorthorns and an AOB.
I'm surprised. I thought they'd maybe stop for a picture break here. We're not in that. I mean, I know we're in a hurry. I don't know. We got the governor today. 4.
I don't know. We're picking the champion at 3:30 this week.
3:30 this time?
3:30 today. Yes.
Well,
their parade is.
11:30. I think he'll roll. He's rolling.
We're going to get this done. The Market Goat Show hasn't quite started yet. I don't remember. My sister's helping with that. And
oh, yeah.
I forgot to ask her how many classes there were. She told us last night, but I don't remember. But they just picked the champion guild over there in the hog barn.
Did they?
And they're starting the barrel show there. And for all of you that don't know, 3:30 today, they're going to bring back all the species here into the big arena and have a great presentation for the kids, and do all the species at one time together here and celebrate all the winners here together today. So, and that'll start at 3:30.
Yeah, that's usually a pretty big deal. Okay, so it looks like Mason Prothman from David City is either a scratch or they moved him, or here he comes. No. We got AOB.
All right, well, couple British heifers here that I like well. The roan heifer, man, she is a box. When you move in behind her, the amount of width and spread she's got from pin bone to stifle is incredible. Down her top, you don't have to get your hands on it or even step in behind her. Y'all can see it from the side. She's got just such a massive square turn, and underneath that, a really robust rib cage to her. And then when we get her in motion, she's still got a bigger, more athletic stride underneath. Now, she has a tendency to want to kick her maybe tailhead or that area right in front of it up a little higher and sink a little bit in her top line. certainly still doesn't, in my opinion, take too much away from her balance, because I think from the side she's pretty well presented and proportional in terms of her basic build. The heifer in second is a little taller and a little in her shoulder height and a little stronger in her top line. She wants to get just a little lower in her neck set, maybe a little fatter right there on the front side of her shoulder, and then back up over her tail head. That heifer is one that wants to get just a little shorter in terms of the length of her stifle, and then consequently the range of motion she's got there off her rear two wheels. But love her body cavity. I like her length of side. A lot of density and mass in that heifer. A pair of nice shorthorn females. Congratulations to those two gals.
Results of our registered British breed market heifers. First purple went to Josie Wilson of Hershey FFA, and second purple went to Kinsley White of Nebraska Ag Academy. We now have our registered British market steers. There are 4 steers in this class.
I thought we just had heifers in the last class.
That was just 2 heifers. I think we got the British breed.
I'm very confused here.
Here, I got it figured out, Tim, I think.
Okay,
we're going to, they got the British breed market beef show where they're all just the British deal. We're going to have the first class was a class. That's why the one shorthorn calf is coming in here, because I think we did a class of market heifers that were British breed. Now we're going to do a class of British breed steers.
Oh, okay. I'm with you. So we got 4 of them. Yeah, that must have been, Mason Prothman. He's in here with that
he's in this class with the steer.
He's a steer and those are heifers.
Yes.
And it really doesn't say that anywhere in here.
No, it don't say that on the program, and I was a little confused too, but I got her figured out, because if you come down here to the Continentals, the registered Continentals here in a little bit, there's going to be 4 heifers.
That makes sense.
And then they get into the breed steers. And that,
but they don't show the mark. I suppose so they could show them as a deal. They don't show the market heifers against the
British market heifers. Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Which is, I don't know. I guess we can do it however we want to do it. That's kind of different, but
because we're gonna, I think as soon as they get done with the steer class, the heifers are back here to the beginning of the deal there. I think they're going to bring those 2 heifers back against the steers here in just a little bit for a champion British breed market animal.
Oh, there you go. That makes sense. We recognize the shorthorns, or whatever breed they get enough of. That is great. So we got weights from 1335 to 1445, if I've got that right.
Yes.
Blake Day, Briar Lampy, Wyatt Stemick, and here's our Mason Prothman. 1445 with a big boy. Boy, that's a pretty Hereford in there, too. 681.
Now, Wyatt Stemick, that Stemick family, and I don't remember which of the brothers had it last week, but they had the Hereford steer last week, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And they both brothers had a steer there. They had 2 really good steers.
That's right.
They had 2 really good Herefords last week, too.
Looks like they saved one for this week.
Yes, they did.
Now, in the old days, we just went home and changed tags, but they don't let us do that kind of stuff anymore at all.
Yep.
Well, my buddy Kane Warren said I need to just go straight for the deep fried Snicker bar.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tim.
That's right. They do deep fry a lot of stuff here, but. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of a Cactus Jacks fan. That Jeff Leo works hard for what he does, and he earns it. And, he took Saunders' place in the back here. Papa Tom's was always set up out back, and those girls, it's just got to be a little too much for him with the show and all that we've got back there. But I don't know where they sit. I haven't really been. Cactus Jacks has got a big thing up front here, too, don't they?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Where's that at?
I'm not sure.
Must be over more toward the event center, I imagine.
I'm not for sure where that's at. But no, that was.
He found our Hereford here.
Yeah. No, Tim, I think if you walked out there, you could find all types of stuff you can try today. A few things I probably wouldn't. So.
Yep,
All right, we're going to go with the 2 Smurfords up here. It's a good class. We've got maybe 2 Herefords here. I like a little better in terms of their combination of build in regards to structure plus composition, and then a good, big, stout, massive shorthorn, and then a nice, smooth-made, market-ready Angus down there. But As we focus our attention up here, Wyatt, your steer versus Blake's there in second. Right now, it just has more market readiness, more maturity about him in regards to carcass merit. He's a calf that's a little bigger down his top, and from behind has more total volume of muscle. And he's just more advanced in terms of fat cover, in a better position to grade choice versus maybe Blake's steer, if we're calling this a market show today. Not the prettiest headed sucker in the world, and I really like his soundness, but he maybe gets a little down on maybe on his back feet and then rolls the point of his hock in. But collectively, the combination steer in the lineup. So Blake, your calf, truthfully my favorite in regards to how he's built structurally. He complements that great athletic build with some bone and then a fantastic neck and just a lot of quality in motion or standing still. Blake, I just got to make him a little bigger in terms of his muscularity down his top and see him just a little further down the line. He needs about another 150, 200 pounds, and then that guy there will be an absolute creature because when he gets market ready enough from a finish standpoint, his feet and leg structure is going to remain awesome and be really good. But that's an interesting calf. The calf that Mason's got next, the big roan steer, he's the big performance steer in the class, and I appreciate that about him. Probably the best in terms of rib cage, in terms of width and shape, and got some volume of muscle, maybe just a little plainer in its texture. But mainly I'd like to see this steer have a little more angle to his blade and knee. I'd like to see him just a shade longer in the way that he connects his neck into his shoulder, and then see him a little better in terms of his claw shape. The calf that Pryor's got down here, the Angus, smooth made, big centered, easy feeding type Angus calf. That certainly would be the one probably to push the strongest in the upper two-thirds of choice. Like to see that calf have more muscularity to complement that. As he goes away, he just gets a shot planer out of his hip, a little planer there through his front third.
Results of our registered British market steers. First purple went to Wyatt Stemick of Pierce FFA. Second purple went to Blake Day of Loop City. Receiving blue ribbons in that class were Briar Lamp of Southwest FFA and Mason Prothman of David City. We'll now be selecting our Supreme British Beef.
No, at this time we will be selecting a champion registered British beef market animal. There was a class of heifers and a class of steers. The program didn't show it that way, but we got her figured out. So coming from class 1 will be Josie Wilson with the shorthorn heifer, and from class 2 is Wyatt Stemick with the Hereford steer.
All right, I didn't realize we were going to do a British championship, and so as we compare our market heifer to the steer, we got a heifer again. It's got a big hip in her. She's got a big, round but yet soggy rib cage in her, and she's got a big range of motion from behind, just like to gather her up, but just a little stronger in her top line and organize her maybe just a shot differently there. But the two Hereford steers I thought were very good. This big performance steer that I've got standing at the front is one that, is big-legged and got some big feet to him. He's a calf that is plenty adequate from a muscularity standpoint, and I thought he balanced with some quality. And so his probably maturity pattern and composition is maybe a bit more on target in this particular comparison. So we're going to have the steer of Wyatt's here be our champion. Congratulations to you.
Grand Champion is exhibited by Wyatt Stemick of Pierce FFA.
This is an interesting comparison because Blake, I asked him if he was taking his calf to Exarban, just even another 30 days, if that's what you've got, maybe a little less, would be helpful to this calf. Blake, is he a pretty good eater? He is? Okay. Well, just pour it to him. He needs to eat about 30 pounds a day just to continue to advance his finish in his forerib and down his top. But, man, his structure is one that I admire so much, and his look and quality that I'm going to use him for reserve champion here. Congratulations to you.
Reserve champion was exhibited by Blake Day of Loop City FFA.
Well, that's a pretty cool pair of Herefords.
Real good.
I
thought that top
point,
one,
yeah,
that champion was real good.
Yeah, that one was kind of, and he talked him right. Day's calf probably wasn't quite, Blake's calf wasn't quite fat and ready yet at 1335. 1433 makes a big difference on a British breed steer, especially. Yeah. But by God, that one looked like you were taking a gun to a knife fight. He wins that. 1433, that's hanging some weight on a carcass. That's saying something about the breeding behind that one, too.
Yeah.
He's a credit to the breed for sure.
Yeah, and like we said, we talked that already. They had him and his brother had 2 really good ones last week at the 4-H show, and commend those 2 young boys for bringing a really good pair.
I've seen too many cattle. I've seen too many this week.
We have switched over to our registered Continental market beef. We have 4 heifers in this class.
Yeah, I remember it, and I remember it, but I can't remember them good enough to. That memory is something that has passed me long ago. So there's 4 head of registered Continental market beef.
These are the heifers.
Heifers.
Then we'll get into the breeds of steers.
So we got Emma Hall, Allie Smith, Kaylee Ayers, and Kelsey Amos. Looks like Bruce Hasselbrook over there is getting his marching orders. Tracy's got something for him to do, no doubt. Okay, I'm going to guess that's Kylie Ayers, Adams Central.
Yeah.
And then we got Kelsey Amos from Stapleton.
Hey, two.
Allie Smith and Emma Hall. And here's our judge.
This is a interesting class here, Continental heifers, and so structure is a little bit of a dilemma for each of these cattle, and I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful about that, but they when they circle them, we just got to make them a touch sounder, and so I think for you maybe a bit throw that out the window and just say, okay, who's got the best design of muscle system and rib cage combination. And the black heifer, I thought, was the leader in that regard versus the Goldilocks there in second. I think she's got a much rounder turn there in her forerib and down to the base of her heart and back into her rear rib. And then she's loaded up with muscle. There's more muscle feature in that female up high and from behind. Just a touch shorter neck, maybe a touch shorter legged and shorter there just everywhere, but a female that has that carcass merit and that barrel that I'm after. The gold heifer, longer bodied. She's got more marked readiness about her than the heifer down there in 3 when you handle them over their ribs. She's not as muscular. She gets a touch plainer there in her neck and chest and a little longer bladed. I'd like to roll her blade back and just see her a bit more comfortable as she operates in her front end, but certainly a smooth-made individual. The heifer in 3, I entertained switching that pair. She's more expressive. She's a shot leaner and more compositionally correct in terms of red meat yield potential. She's a touch big in her shoulder design relative to her being harsher there in her forerib. She's got a monster booty, though. Nobody can deny that. She's got a ton of shape. She kind of moves from behind in a very irregular way. The white underlined heifer here, one that just looks a little south of the finish line right now, just needs more time on feed. She's a touch tighter in her heart and flank, and then draws up in her spine. She's got some muscularity, just needs to soften up and relax.
Results of our heifer class in our registered Continental division. Receiving first purple was Kylie Ayers of Adams Central FFA. Second purple went to Kelsey Amos of Stapleton. Receiving blue ribbons in that class of heifers were Allie Smith of Sargent and Emma Hall of McCool Junction. Next in, we'll have our maintainer steers. We have 6 steers in this class.
Okie dokie.
Well, by the program it says 4, so we're going to see what comes in, Tim.
Maybe that's new math. So we got, how do you say that, Asa?
Oh, no, yeah, that's Asa Andrew.
Asa Andrew, Cade Croker, Weston Robinson, Conrad Kaminsky. Now, looking at those names, I expect we'll see a calf or 2.
We are going to have 6.
Okay, well, that's me. Well, that's Natalia Schultz with a steer that came from Stoltz's and us. We must be going to show and maintain her.
Right, 97. We got 2 of them down here that were in the AOBs that are up here in the maintainers, Tim.
Okay, yep. We got
Jace Prince and Natalia
Jace
Schultz.
Prince and Natalia Schultz. So we got 1240 to 1527. Weight break in these maintainers.
So everybody watching at home, we got Asa Andrew here to the judges handling her steer at this time.
Yep.
Then we got Cade Croker, Weston Robinson, Natalia Schultz, Jace Prince, then Conrad Kaminsky.
See, maybe I better look at this other program. Did you get the right one?
Bill, that's what they had in the office
hand
for me.
delivered, by the boss. Nope, it's the same.
Nope,
I thought maybe that's why you brought that one.
We'll get her figured out.
Yep. They all gotta beat everybody to be the champion anyway.
Yeah.
Yes. What's that?
I put us on.
Okay, good. Yep. We won't say that kind of thing. We'll just throw shit at Flash down here, see if he's listening or not. Hi, Flash. What's up, dog? Okay, so I know we got a Lancaster National and we got a Stoltz and a Burke, and it looks like the Lancaster National's looking good to me right now, Flash.
You say one's yours, or Tim?
The one behind him is Stoltz's, but
Oh,
that's
yeah.
Stoltz sold him. That's a Stoltz Exotics, but that's an Italia.
Yeah.
So that's a
Yep.
that's a Cody and Bell project kind of
Uh-huh.
all year. How we doing, Corey?
Okay.
All right. Well, the steer show started.
Yeah, because as we got them circled around here so everybody can get a nice look at them from the side here and see them well.
So
boy,
how
this
do you
is
say
a
it?
really
Asa Andrews, and then Kate Croker, and then Weston Robinson, and then Natalia Schultz, and then Jace Prince, and then Conrad Kaminsky on the end.
Yeah.
Got it right?
I mean, yep.
Okay.
And it's a real good class of maintainer steers.
It really is. Well, that's seeing maintainer. That reminds me of Main and Jew, which reminds me to remind everybody to be looking at these Maine steers when they're out driving around, because the Maine Key Junior Nationals are right here in beautiful downtown Grand Island. Have another show on the island next summer.
Yeah.
The Simmentals are too. But we're pretty lucky to have the facility. Speaking of that, this is not a bad place. Now, I'd like to get rid of some black curtain right about now. I'm not going to lie. So we got the Lancaster Nationals first, and we got the Stoltz Exotics second. '97.
That'd be Kate Croker.
Okay. So that one's probably, if I know what one that is, I think, that'd be Taylor Luking would have sold him. I think that one might have been a Bonham calf. If I remember right, that one come from Bonham. But I could be wrong on that. That's where I think that one came from. But well, I think it's official.
This is an interesting class, a very good one. A lot of good market cattle in here. I could see a lot of debate over maybe the top four, depending on how you want to arrange your priorities. I'll just tell you what I see. The calf I'm starting with, he's a bit shorter legged than I like to start with and shorter neck. But when we got the cattle in motion, I thought he dominated in regards to having the most flex and just natural athleticism in that little skeleton. And yet, from a power standpoint, that calf was the best in class in regards to his shape up over his 13th rib, and then particularly how he progressed back to his rump and down into his stifle. And then from blade back, even though he's not the biggest calf in the world, I mean, his lines are dead on. His chest is up in him. I would say that just handling him, he handles a little open ribs. He probably handles like he's been held on a little bit, which I think was the right strategy, because you can't get this one too fat because he's already got some skin and everything up top, or up front, excuse me. And you know, if you don't want to advance him to too big of a class, because he just doesn't have the stature to handle it. So anyways, I thought you did a good job, and I thought he's the combination of soundness and wit. Natalia steered in second here. When he stands still, he too, I think, balances very good from his blade back. He too is maybe a shot shorter in terms of his front end. I thought, comparatively speaking, his feet in terms of his foot shape maybe wasn't quite as elite. And then Natalia down his top, I don't think he can rival the one that starts. He just doesn't have quite as much intensity in his definition and shape up high. But I think he's a nice balanced calf, very even in his cover. You did a good job with him. I really did, and I'm being truthful about this. I entertained the idea of starting this steer here in 3. I entertained the idea of putting this steer of Jace's up into the top slots. And because when you back off the cattle, this is the one whose elevation and trimness of lines and look through his neck was the one I was gravitating towards. He falls off in his pin set a little bit, and then when we get him in motion, he just doesn't come with the same degree of soundness and function that I would like to see in a top pair steer, in terms of being a little tighter in his hock, a little tighter and more closed up in his rear feet. He's got some shape down his top, though. I like his composition actually better than the steer I put in second. And so that look, that composition, really wanted to prioritize it. If I can just make him go better and build his hind leg a little bit differently, then I would have made that call. Jace, your steer is a touch softer than the steer I got in front of you. Probably a shade leveler in his pin set. He's a touch shorter in terms of his neck set. mainly in motion. I thought his blade kind of come up, opening him just a bit and got a little steeper. I don't know if he's got quite enough length to his stifle here from the side and quite enough maybe bend to his hock. But he's very close. When you look at him right here, you might say, well, I think he's good centered and good ribbed and proportionally balanced. Wouldn't disagree. I just don't know if he probably ranks about fourth muscle-wise in those top four and probably ranks about third structurally. And so just don't know if it's enough to leverage his ranking. The steer we got next of Conrad's, this is a big outline, long, lean steer that's got some cutability to him. He, too, maybe falls off of his hip, brings his flank up. When you bring a pin set down and a flank up, it's a little hard to balance. From his 13th rib forward, I like him well, but just need to balance him up a little better there. The calf that's going out the gate, I told that young lady, I hope you're taking him to a future show, because I think right now he's just a bit underdone, but I think he's a real high-quality calf in terms of how he comes in relative to his neck set and his general design.
Results of our maintainer steer class. Receiving first purple was Weston Robinson of Wilcox Heathrow. Second purple went to Natalia Schultz of Northwest FFA. Also receiving purple ribbons, Cade Croker of Perkins County, Jace Prince of Clarkson FFA, and Conrad Kaminsky of Loop City. Receiving a blue ribbon in that class was Aisha Miller, A.K. Andrew of Auburn FFA. Now in the arena, we have our Shorthorn Plus steers, 3 entries in this class.
So the Weston Robinson steers, Here I Am from the Lancaster National. There's one coming up, and Danny owns part of that cow too, so that's a good deal. Congratulations to all those guys involved. And he was a Here I Am, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then second was Natalia Schultz's calf that come from Stoltz's. And third, that Croker steer was not a Bonham steer. That's a made to order out of the old Emerson cow. Taylor,
oh, really?
Taylor Hooking raised that one. That's a good calf. Those three were really, and I'm sure fourth. No doubt Conrad's calf come from the Leos too, and all 4 of those steers, you talked about them. They're all good competitive steers, but man, they're just night and day different. I mean that. Sometimes putting the breed together, there's a lot of weight difference. You got 1240 to 1527.
Yeah. Well, Tim, I'm going to go back just a little bit because the Pulse is starting to put some stuff up here. Here's what I learned, and I'm going to tell you what, I can give you probably 20 guesses on what that champion feeder heifer and feeder steer were, and you ain't going to get them.
Really?
The champion feeder heifer was a Change Is Coming.
You're kidding me.
Out of a dam
Chad
called Dottie.
Out of a what?
It's called Dottie.
Oh, I don't know what that is, but that's
Don't know what that is. This is going to be a bigger surprise. The champion feeder steer that was reserve feeder calf was an all me.
Somebody was hoping for an all me steer last night, and Cody and I are like, what would you want one of those for? So some of them are making steers, an all me.
That one made a steer. I mean, you wouldn't have thought, you know what I'm saying, what that bull is, but nope, that's what he was. Was an all me out of a dam called Pretty Please, 101Y.
So we got names, not numbers. Now, is that the 2 they gave?
Yeah, that's just the 2, yep.
Change is coming.
Change is coming, and all is me. And all me. Yep.
Yep. Our judge from last week, Chad Holkamp, he was here for the open show this week. That's his bull. We've used him some and like him. Interesting. So here we have Ty Peterson in first, Cooper Mueller in second.
In this second class of Continental cattle, if you guys don't mind, again, we'll try to make a habit here of just staying in the ring until everybody has had their cattle discussed, so that way we're not fighting them on the way out. The black calf, I thought, from a show steer standpoint, young man came together well in terms of his lines, his look, his neck. He's compositionally clean and should have, an adequate level of red meat yield in him just because of his trimness. I'd like to see that steer made just a touch sounder out of his front end, but I thought a nice silhouette. The roan calf here, young man, is one that's big muscled. I actually like his feet and his structure a touch better. If I could just get him to balance better, we'd switch that pair in a heartbeat. He's got kind of a dome for a forehead with a TH bump. It's a bit ugly, but he's got some shoulders, some chest. He gets a little rounder out of his hip. Although he's got plenty of muscle, he's maybe could use just a touch more finish like laid over his final ribs. The little calf is just kind of in still maybe a progress stage instead of a market stage. He just needs more time. I mean, his balance and structure is probably the best in the class. He's just so far behind in terms of comparison to these. He can fit inside of them and not touch their outside. So he's got to have to end up being third today. But I think he's a good calf. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause. Thank y'all for holding them.
Results of our Shorthorn Plus steers. First purple went to Ty Peterson of Logan View, FFA. Second purple went to Cooper Mueller of Summerlin, FFA. And receiving a blue ribbon in our Shorthorn Plus steers was Kaylin Riesland of Pleasanton. Next into the arena, we got our Simmental steers. We got 4 steers in this class.
So we got Nia Ruda leading the way. Tanner Hansen coming second. Avery Custer and Ace Andrews.
Like in this class, Tim, there's about a 100-pound weight break between the first one in the ring and the last one. And that, but not quite like in that Shorthorn Plus class.
Right.
Like he said, that steer that he ended up putting third just weighed 1,100 pounds.
Yeah.
He just wasn't quite there yet. But boy, the young lady had a really nice steer. Just ain't quite to the market readiness yet of the other 2 steers and that. And so, but really good project for that young lady, and was a good calf.
Here, I know 2 of them, and I don't know where she came from. I know Nia Ruda's calf has had a pretty good year. They've been showing pretty successfully with her, and then obviously is that I do know Avery Custer's calf from Lee. That steer that come from Skylar Weber last fall, and that one's been doing very well. That might be which one now. So Danny, we're going to pick a champion AOB, I take it, or a champion registered breed?
I'm sure we will, because they did it with the heifers and that, or the British breed, so I'm sure they're going to do it here with the Continentals, I'm sure. It don't say nothing in the program, but I'm sure they're going to. And that, and as they walk these around here, Tim, I mean, there's only 4 Simmentals in the show here today, but boy, there's 2 of them that are awful nice, I think. And boy, the other 2, there's nothing wrong with them either. But boy, them 2.
Looks like those 2 other, like you were saying, those 2 might just need a little more cover. Even at 14, 15, that Tanner Hansen's calf might just need he just still looks like he ain't quite there.
Yeah.
Or it's maybe maturity. He's got him up weighing something, but.
Yep.
And he pulled that Custer calf first.
Yep, go ahead and bring him on over. Man, what an excellent class. I've said this a few times, but as an old judging coach, I get fired up when I see a good class of 4 and said this would be a great class for a judging team to look at. And I gave all 4 of these purple ribbons. I thought these cattle were incredibly good in terms of their basic soundness in conjunction with having some look and balance at a fat steer stage. I thought it was an impressive group. That being said, I did think it lined up pretty logically. This chrome-legged, white-tailed Brockle is he's really good. I know you're probably proud of him, young lady. You've done a marvelous job getting him haired up and fit and fed for the show. This guy is just instantly burly. You don't have to get behind him to know that he's packed full of muscle. I love his rib cage. I mean, I've been talking a lot about that round rib cage, and I think he's the merger between folks that like him a little soggier and folks that like him a touch rounder. He's got a great complement of both of those traits, which is hard to put together, and it just gives him that ultimate fat steer look. And so I got my hands on him. I wasn't disappointed. He's got a nice shape running down his top, just a nice fat steer. I'd spread his feet out a little bit if I could change him anywhere in terms of the way his toes close together, but he gets around the ring pretty darn good and flexes to handle the kind of burliness that he offers. Nia, your calf in second, I might say I even like him better through the front third of his body. I thought his shoulder laid into him a shot neater. I thought he connected his neck a shot leaner and higher off the top of his blade. He has an undeniable presence. Yesterday in showmanship, you did such a great job, and it was a good combination. Your ability and this calf's balance, because in motion he just stays so consistent in his lines. I thought his hip and hind leg is really attractive. There's times where he could flex his hock a touch different. That's being really picky. I like his foot quality very well. Mainly the difference between these two is the calf in front of you is about twice as big down his top. And so that's why I had to leave him second. The calf I've got down here in 3, maybe as good as anywhere, young man, in terms of his structure. His bone, his flexibility is excellent. I love his length of body. His back shape is probably a shade better than Nia's steer there in second. He's got every bit as longer of a neck. I saw that calf to be a shot flatter in terms of the way he closed in his forerib into the base of his heart, and maybe just a shade deep in his chest relative to it. So I'd like to see that maybe underline balance a shade different in him. This young lady here in fourth, I gave her a purple ribbon because I don't think that cattle deserve to be docked just because they don't have a hair coat or they haven't been in a cooler. This calf is, without question, a shot thicker in his neck and chest, and so I would lean him and clean him up there. But in terms of a slick-haired calf from his blade back, I thought he was muscular. I thought his body was excellent. I thought his finish was excellent. And I thought a reasonably sound steer. So a great class. Let's put our hands together. Congratulate these 4 exhibitors on a job well done.
Results of our Simmental steer class. Receiving first purple was Avery Kuster of Lee FFA. Second purple went to Nia Ruda of Logan View. Also receiving purple ribbons, Tanner Hansen of Laurel Concord and Asa Andrew of Auburn FFA. Next into the arena, we'll have all other breed steers. There are 4 steers in this class.
Well, he liked that one pretty well.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. Well, I see Rudy's got us updated again, that market heifer, bred by Boyett and Core. Did come from Joe Hare and Gale cattle. That was Pribble's heifer. Got everybody's name on there. And we knew about the chosen one. All righty, so we got Emma Hall, Allie Smith, Kylie. No, we don't either. I ought to read the right page. Let's try for Brielle Wolf, Paisley Homestead, Brody Weezy, and Adam Elfs. And Adam's got 2 here, and I know that's not Adam Elfs, but I know that's Adam Elfs' calf.
I suppose he's in the pig barn.
Oh, yeah.
If you didn't listen to us last week, all the market shows are going on today.
Yeah.
The hogs, sheep, goats, and cattle are all at the same time here at the state fair, and we had kids running in and out of the ring last week, getting from the cattle show over to the goat show, and that, and so that's why some of these exhibitors, somebody's got to be exhibiting for them, just because they've got more than one species here and that. So for everybody listening out there, that's why you're going to see that a little bit.
I think is that the Myers girl showing her, I think, have all the good Angus.
I'm not sure who that is, Tim.
I think.
I don't know that for sure, but I do know we just got 4 AOB steers here. And boy, there's 4 nice ones.
And that somebody know that Paisley Homestead, Perkins County leading out there with that Baldy, then Brody Weiss and Adam Elfs. Now the gray steer come from Stoltz's, the Elfs in the back. Brody's came a long way around in it. I want to say Doug McCollum, but the steer Brody's handled, Brody Wheezy steer standing third there is actually a Here I Am 960. Kendall Bremer's good cow.
Oh, it
That'd
is.
be a sib to steer that, be a full sib to the steer that won Denver.
Yeah.
And I forget there was. Oh, he was handled by, and he sold through sale in Iowa too. And I apologize, I cannot remember. I knew, but I got to write it all down. I apologize. Yep. Maybe Sport should have stayed over here. He might be better off. I think he got a better showman than he is showing that gray one. So. This will be some differences in type and kind.
Yeah.
Another excellent class of fat steers. And, you know, I know that these exhibitors, they're proud of their livestock. And, you know, they brought them to the state fair and they've got them in the right rig. And they're hopeful to be competitive. And so it's a very competitive environment. This smoke steer with kind of a dapple pattern to him's got an intrigue about him just because of his color. And he's got the big fuzzy hair coat. But this creature is very, very good. I like his, you know, when you get him parked right there, the arrogance of his neck set. I like his extra length of body relative to his height. And then he's really muscular, very stout back, big top, big ended. Got the big hind leg, and he uses it well. You know, if I had to pick on him anywhere, maybe just a little more swell to the base of his rib cage would maybe complete his center body balance, if you will. He's got so much hair from his sheath back. I don't know if maybe even if we cut that even where it actually comes up a little higher, and I'd never think that would be the case from a fit job standpoint, but just to make the contour of the base of his body look like it comes together with enough depth and freshness. But that is a tremendous steer. I'm very intrigued by him. The calf we've got here in 2, this calf versus Paisley's steer down here in 3, I thought had a lot of give and take. This calf in motion's got such reach and range of motion. He's got super high neck set laid into him. When I handled both of these calves, even though this one's got less hair, I thought this calf handled a shot square and more impressive in terms of his 13th rib and back over his loin edge. Just thought there's a little bit more red meat and muscle in this calf from hooks to pins and to the base of his twist. This is an excellent steer. I mean, he's not far from the mark. He doesn't have any major holes. Structure's good, balance is good, composition's good. Maybe could use a few more weeks just to make him perfect in his finish. He's probably just a shade off target there. Mainly you just ran up against a smoked calf here that just was burlier, okay? But I want you to understand how good your steer is. Paisley, your calf is very, very good. His center body is excellent. His balance is excellent. He's got a fat steer look about him. When you get him behind him from hooks to pins and then down to the base of his stifle, Paisley, he just doesn't have the same degree of muscularity. If we had him on the wash rack, we would maybe be a touch disappointed, I feel like, in terms of just his product level. But I certainly love the calf. You've done a marvelous job getting him presented. The smoke steer that we conclude the set of 4 with, young lady, your calf has got just as much carcass merit as any of them. Big muscled, good necked, reasonably sound. It's just not as attractive. You know, he kind of rolls out of his hip. He's got extra set to his hind leg. And so maybe from a balance standpoint, he just not quite in the same league as those. But from a terminal merit standpoint, just as good. What an incredible class. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these youngsters on an excellent display of cattle and a job well done this year feeding them.
Results from all other breed steer division. Receiving first purple was Adam Alves of Shickley FFA. Second purple went to Brody Weiss of Newman Grove FFA. Also receiving a purple ribbon, Paisley Homestead of Perkins County. Receiving a blue ribbon in all other breed steers was Brielle Wolf of Lakeview FFA.
All right, so we'll bring in all of these for a champion registered steer. I assume a registered market animal. Do we have heifers in here too if we decide to?
Yeah, because here comes that heifer.
We'll now be selecting our Supreme Continental Market beef. Coming back into the arena out of that first class was Kylie Ayers of Adams Central FFA. That was in our heifer division. Out of the second class, that class winner was Weston Robinson of Wilcox Headrith. Out of our Shorthorn Plus, it was Ty Peterson of Logan View FFA. Out of our Semitole Steers, that was exhibited by Avery Keister of Lee FFA. And out of that all other breed steers class, that class winner again was Adam Alves.
Well, you know, if you don't watch the whole show and you just watch the champion, you're going to see at least 2 or 3 really good steers that could sure be deserving to stand out there tonight, because that's a deep set, you know, and they'll pick this one, and then the other ones, unfortunately, we got to show the crosses. And
well, Tim, if this is any indication of what's to come, because, you know, boy, I'll tell you what, these top ends of these registered steers are awful good.
Boy, for sure. I mean, that's a lineup. That's a good drive right there. There have been a lot of years, up to the last few, you know, there's been a lot of years. You can forget the crosses. The State Fair couldn't put that lineup together in a champion line.
Because, you know, we're looking here closest to us, the class winners, and, boy, there's 3 or 4 seconds over there that,
yep, for sure.
Boy, you know, he even said it was awful close. And that, boy, there's 3 of them steers over there that a lot of years, you know, you would think would be your top Continental steer, and that, and boy, there's just that much quality and depth here in this show today.
And no different, you know, some of them got a little bit outweighed, you know, some of them maybe need a little more time, you know, and we got Exarban coming down the road. I hope these kids don't get discouraged, and I'd say Judge Rathman has done a great job not discouraging the kids, but,
well, yeah,
you know, some of them maybe just need a shot more time, because there's a lot of power. So I guess Ty Peterson's really the only one that we don't know much about that come out of that semi-class.
Well, that'll be the short horn plus.
Short horn plus class.
All right, hey, let's put our hands together, congratulate our Continental steer lineup. I know we've got the heifers in front. I think what I've been told is I need to choose my champion and reserve steer, and then we'll put them against those two heifers in the front of the lineup. But regardless, won't make any difference. So nice group. You know, that first class of steers there, the second steer out here in the lineup. This calf, super sound, super boxy, big rib. Rascal, he's just a shade shorter in his leg length and neck length. I would like to change that about him, but nice calf. Natalia, your calf over there, I do like that calf well. Just little shorter neck, but very well balanced from his profile, from his blade back. We got into those plus steers, and this calf I thought was closer to the mark from a balance standpoint. As we get him out here, he probably doesn't wear quite as much terminal product as some of the rest of the cattle. We moved into those semis, and man, this was a strong class winner. You talk about one that's got that hair coat, and you got him so deep black in terms of his hair coat quality and the fuzz he's got. It's kind of impressive here from the side. Just how rich and jet black he is. This guy from any of these angles has got a monster rib cage, a monster rump. You get your hands on him. I mean, I was blown away with how much back we had in this creature. And he's got just that burly fat steer look about him, right? And he can get around the ring and he can cruise very, very good. So a calf that I'm sure this young lady's very, very proud of. As you know, if I pick on him anywhere, I said a second ago, maybe could spread his toes just a bit. His tail head could maybe come down in him just a fraction. He's maybe fit with that fin just a little high. I don't know if his tail head's that off, but his shoulder shape in terms of maybe the way that it rounds or opens a little bit up high, or maybe from the point of his shoulder up to the top of his blade, maybe could lay back or roll into him just a little neater to extend that neck. But I really, really like that calf. Nice calf back there. Love his balance. Just wish he had a shade bigger back in him. Then we thought it was done, and then we rolled into this class, and this chocolate dapple smoke is one that is got incredible pieces of proportionality. This calf is one that I love cattle that are reasonably moderate, and I'm not saying he's the shortest calf by any means. I like exactly where his hip height is, but relative to that, have extra length of body, extra length of hip, and extra length of neck. You act like you want to tell me something, huh? It is all of them. Okay, thank you. All right, but that extra proportionality, that length and stretch, when you get a creature that's not too tall, is what takes proportionality or balance to the next level. Then he's got these big, shaggy hind legs that he uses well, and I like that, right? Then you get up over the top of this creature, and I think that one there is huge back. This one might even be bigger back. It is absolutely incredible, the ribeye size we have in these two animals that we're comparing between. They're monstrous. I mean, I think they're 18-inch type eyes, 19-inch maybe in terms of their surface area. This guy flows his blade in very well. Again, the only thing I'd maybe change is roll a little bit more rib into the base of his body or into his sheath there. Man, I really, really like that calf. Young man, your calf back there, his balance and structure is as good as any, I think, in this lineup. I don't know if you plan on taking that calf to Exarban in 30 days. This calf could be a force to be reckoned with if his hair's on the uptick and if his condition is coming, because he's a little open rib when I handle him, but his squareness of back shape And again, his feet and leg structure, that calf has a lot of future here if you allow that to happen. So, you know, the heifer down there, she's boxy, need to change her structure just a bit. So, guys, this is a close call. I do think that these two back here are very, very good. At the same token, this one's blade shape, his neck length, and then where his tail head lies, to me, comes together with a bit more look and symmetry. So we're going to go this direction. We're going to use the smoke calf. Young lady's Brockle steer here will be my reserve champion.
All right. Adam Elfs with the champion AOB
Grand
steer.
champion goes to Adam Alls of Shickley FFA. Reserve champion to Avery Keister of Lee FFA.
And I found out some more good information. I don't know exactly how the Stolt steer is bred. I do know the reserve is a Here I Am out of 011C, which is a cow Skyler Weber. And I thought he said he owns them with Todd Prince.
Okay.
If that's right. I know Todd has something to do with that calf too, one way or the other. I couldn't quite hear what he was saying, but either way, sooner or later, we'll get her all figured out. And then that short one we didn't know anything about, Danny, that was a Colt 45 from the Colt himself, a Colt from Colt.
Oh, really?
Yep. So I would think we're going to take a picture. And hang on just a minute, turn us off first.
All right, we're going to switch on over to our market steer division. First in, we got our lightweight class. We have 3 entries in this class. We're going to have 3 classes in each of our divisions today.
Okay, at this time, we are going to start our crossbred market steer division. This is the first class of lightweight steers. There will be 3 classes in the lightweight division. The first class weight range is from 900 pounds to 1111. We got 3 head in this class. We got Katrina Marikel, Parker Buellman, and Jackson Minshall. Class 1 of the lightweight crossbred market steers.
All right, we're going to go ahead and discuss these 3, and we'll keep them in the ring again until we get done. The Charlet steer here, All three of these are kind of in a progress stage. They're not market ready yet, but I think between them, the Shar steers got the most potential to be fed forward and still convert to a heavier weight at an efficient manner. He's got the most muscularity and length of body. He's trimmer in his design, and that's why I think he's got more continuation. If you just hold him right there until I talk the other two. The black calf is no doubt the fuzzball of the three. He's got a good up-fronted look, and he's deep-sided. I'd like to see just a touch more muscularity and definition to him. The Hereford is, weighing there in the 900 range, and he's sound on his feet and legs, good necked. Just needs, 500 more pounds, basically. So, and that'll fill him out from a muscle standpoint. Congratulations to y'all. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 1, lightweight steers. First purple went to Jackson Mitchell of North Platte, FFA. Second purple went to Parker Bullman of Boone Central. And receiving the blue was Katarina Miracle of Boone Central. Into the arena now is our lightweight Class 2. We have 6 entries in this class.
Okay, entering the ring right now will be class number 2 of the lightweight steers. They range in weight from 1174 to 1225. In this class, we got Camden Fadig, Campbell Consbrook, Ava Carnup, Sydney Mittling, Evan Pancoke, and Graydon Forbes. There are 6 head in this class of lightweight steers, ranging in weight from 1174 to 1225. Like we talked in that first class, they just went to 1111. Like Judge said, just a group of steers that just need a little more time on feed to reach the ideal weight to be market ready, but a nice class of prospect steers that just need a little more time. As this class comes in a little closer to market ready, and that getting up there in weight just a little bit, still not quite to the weight that we're picking them nowadays, maybe, but starting to put just a little more weight on them, and looks like 3 or 4 really good quality ones.
Okay, as we get into this class, again, still a set of lighter weight cattle. A few of them are maybe just a shade earlier maturing. Pancake's calf, as I brought him over there, I said, bring old Midget over here. He's a little on the midgety side, not to be too harsh on him, but he's just a bit short-legged. And for a moment there, he's got so much hair underneath him, I couldn't tell if he had a sheath or if he was a steer. But this calf is by far the heaviest muscled. He's by far the best in terms of his center body. He's market ready, lays it down smooth, and I thought he was reasonable in his structure. So collectively, from a market or terminal standpoint, I thought that calf needed to win. We'll just keep him right there. He's a touch, like I said, a little shorter and more jammed up there. But that's fine. We go a 180 to number 2 because now we have a calf with altitude, stretch, length, and leanness, but he's just underdone. Right now his head looks a little harder doing. His body is the same. I like the structure. He almost trips over himself coming in the ring. He's got such a long reach. But I like his structure. I think he's still got some honest wit to him if he were permitted to be fed forward more days there and add to his market readiness. The calf I got here in 3 is well presented. I love the job you've done here on the hair coat and fit job. For me, he's just a shot straight in terms of both ends and then goes away a little bit bow-legged, but certainly one that's wide-made and got some rib cage to him. Then we moved to a calf in 4. That's just a shot tighter in terms of his flank and rib, maybe relative to being just a little less attractive on his hind leg, young lady. But I thought he was sure a muscular steer that's got some squareness out of his hip. He, too, handles a little harsh. The little lady coming next, your calf got a lot of muscle. His angles aren't terrible. He just looks like he was a calf that was castrated a bit late in life. I don't know, but he just has a bit more of a bully type look to his front 1/3 relative to being a little bit raw in his midsection. Young lady, your calf, I'd just like to add more product. He just gets a bit out muscled versus these big-ended calves in front of you. So he is deeper and he is smoother, and I appreciate that, and I think he'll quality grade well. But I just need a bit more muscularity to move him up today. So let's give all of these students here a nice round of applause.
Results of lightweight class 2. Receiving first purple was Evan Paycock of Hampton FFA. Second purple went to Ava Carnop of West Point FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in our class number 2 were Camden Fettig of Brady, Campbell Cornsbrook of West Point FFA, Sydney Mittling of Hayes Center, and Graydon Forbes of Kearney FFA also received a blue ribbon. Next into the arena, we have class 3 in our lightweight division. Following this class, we will select our lightweight champion and reserve champion steer.
Okay, at this time, we will be entering class number 3. Lightweight steers, this will be the last class of this division. The weight range in this class is from 1230 to 1252.
Well, these are light. So I know the first one. I'm sure that pancake steer, as he calls him, would have been one of Leo's, I'm sure, as that's their family.
Yeah.
Ava's would have most likely come from Remington Weiss, but I'm not sure which one it was from Weiss Brothers Show Calves. Still got them coming in here.
Oh, here they come.
So we got Emily Van Meter, Devin Larson, Connor Pites, Kenley Freitag, Carter Schmidt, and Grace Wilkie.
All right, as we get into our third class here in the lights, the stocking-leg calf I thought was a sensible winner. Doesn't have a ton of hair. I don't know that he really needs it. He's a calf that's just very honest in terms of his balance, structure, and muscle. I like particularly his top half. He's just very long-bodied, but very correct in his top line, good and square in the platform to his rib and loin, and it really long from hooks to pins, and just got a lot of volume of round and stifle in him. And again, just probably as true as any of them from a structural perspective. And so just a nice, complete class winner that I like well. Just hold them right there if you don't mind, young man. I'll talk the rest of them. The calf in second, we debated on what to call his color. This was an interesting steer. I came up with bronze. He's kind of a copper tone to him, but super fuzzy, no doubt about that. He's a teddy bear in terms of his hair. Not exactly a teddy bear in terms of his attitude. Maybe our halter's just a little long. It's kind of maybe like a noose down there on his nose. But mainly, I'd like to see him just have a little more body capacity, young man, and see him just relax a bit in terms of his top line and hooks to pins to show me more of what he's got. But I think he's sound in terms of his lower joint work, and I think he's got some width and some muscle in him. The Blue Roan calf we've got here in 3, a calf that moderate in his body length, but still I think correct and clean in his composition. Probably needs a shade more finish on him to call him market ready. I thought the calf in front of you was bigger legged, sounder ankled, and probably more advanced in his finish. Your calf could go just a shade more attractive on his hind leg, but collectively a pretty adequate kind of a calf in a lot of ways. He's certainly got some width to his upper hip. The next steer here in the lineup wanted to get maybe tighter in his rear joints when we moved him with a little extra set to his hock. Maybe not quite as much foot size in the way that he goes to the ground. And he wants to sometimes get dented just a bit in terms of his top line balance. But a nice calf that's got some rib cage in him, and he too's got some muscularity and some terminal merit, but maybe just a shade thinner still yet in his fat cover. The last 3 steers really or 4 probably all need just a shade more finish, not to be critical, but it's just where they're at weight-wise, need a bit more time, bit more weight. This calf rolls a little in his pin set, maybe a shot shallower, young lady, in terms of his bottom line or rib cage. I like to soften him up just a bit. I do like his cutability. I like his red meat potential. He's got some bone to him. The calf that we end with, awesome look, young lady, through his neck. Really good looking, long-sided. He's just a little bit dachshund-bellied, if you will, in terms of his rib shape and depth. My wife's got a dachshund. This calf's just got some good muscle shape from the side. He just from behind is not quite as wide pinned as what he appears to be here from the side. So nice job. Let's give everybody in here a big round of applause. We'll move into our lightweight drive.
All right, well, as being the father here, I got a lot to talk about here. Winning the class was Devin Larson's from Blair FFA with a steer that my son-in-law Levi Zorn raised. And second in that class, Carter Schmidt from Lakeview FFA with a steer that my son Cody Burke and I raced. So we had an inter-family battle there, and Levi won. Third was Connor Pates. Fourth was Emily Van Meter from Palmyra. Fifth was Grace Wilkie, and sixth was Kenley Fatig. You don't get that every day at the show, but I guess we're getting it more and more. That's kind of neat. Here comes the man himself. I know he won't answer the phone. I'm going to hand him over the microphone here. I think we're going to have a guest speaker here, maybe.
Well, I guess he don't want to visit with us today, but at this time we are going to pick the champion lightweight market steer. Coming out of class number 1 is Jackson Minshall. Class number 2 is Evan Pancoke. Now to class number 3 is Devin Larson.
our lightweight division. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these students. They done a fine job. You know, sometimes you start off with a younger calf. Maybe you start off with a calf that, despite your willingness to buy expensive show feed, doesn't want to eat it. However, we got here, probably just need a little bit more size and weight and market readiness. But nonetheless, it makes a good division. We've got the Charolais steer down there. Maybe I should say the formerly Charolais steer. He's wanting to go the direction of the black-hided cattle at this point in time. He's searching for certified Angus beef status. He's got a sound feet and leg structure underneath him. Just needs more time on feet. He's got some muscle to him. Nice calf. Then we got Pancake and Midget Man here in the middle. Calf that no doubt I'd like to make bigger, but he is burly. He's got loads of muscle. And so he's market ready, and he just finished off at a lighter weight. But he is a market ready calf. And then we've got the stocking-legged calf who now stands alone. His partner weighed out. This calf is very complete. I like his maturity pattern in this lightweight division. I like his balance. I like his general composition and muscularity. That's going to be my champion. Young man, congratulations to you. Pancake, you're going to get the reserve slot. Way to go.
Our grand champion in this lightweight division was exhibited by Devin Larson of Blair FFA, and our reserve champion by Evan Pankoke of Hampton.
Okay, the winner of the lightweight division came out of class number 3 for Devin Larson. Reserve came out of class number 2 for Evan Pankoke. At this time, we are going to start our middleweight division steers. Class number 1 has 7 calves from 1,270 pounds to 1,290 pounds.
So that champion, the black and white steer wins it, right?
Yes.
That's a Levi. That's a chosen one, Doris. Levi's Zoran's old donor cow. That one come off of there, and then and then the reserve was the
came out of class number 2.
Yeah, the Pankoke, or how you say it. And like I said, I'm surprised I don't know. I mean, I'm just sure that's one that Camp 10 raised, Joe Leo. I just would be shocked if it wasn't, but I just don't know exactly what that one is.
Now, I don't know why they didn't, but they didn't bring in the second place from that third class.
He might be running around out there.
I don't know. He didn't come back in.
Well, he is wild. Did he weigh out?
I don't know if he weighed out or
I don't think
if something happened.
Weighed out.
But no, they never did have him when they brought them back in.
They turned him in at 12:43, and he's never been fat a day in his life. They didn't turn him out. They didn't weigh him out. I bet he was acting like a Danny.
Entering the arena now, we're moving into our middleweight division. We will have 3 classes in this division. Our first class here, class number 1, has 7 entries.
Well, an excellent start to our middleweight division. This is a tremendous class winner. Hope everybody in the audience could find him. He was a pretty easy ticket to punch. He's tremendously well balanced from the side. I thought for his weight, he looks fresh. I thought his feet and leg structure was really good. And so just his blend of balance and structural correctness is what separated him from this particular contemporary group. And then from a finish standpoint, he's getting pretty close to ideal, but mainly he's got a real true muscle system in him, a lot of product. We move from there, and we've got a few. Hey, hold on to him real quick, young man. We're just going to leave him standing still. That way none of the other calves want to run out of the ring. The calf I got here in second, kind of a chuffier, shorter-headed calf with a little bit of cheek and throat in him that kind of gives him an interesting look. He's a calf that's his belly's not very many inches from the dirt. He's really, really deep. He's got a load of product and terminal merit in him, though, and I like that big body cavity. Reasonably sound, wants to get a bit awkward at times off his rear tube, but mainly I guess I just changed his face. He's just a little bit uglier headed and a little bit fuller there in his chest. The Hereford calf coming next, old Maui. He's a calf that's at the moment very stubborn, but in motion he's a shot flat-footed and maybe just a shot tighter in terms of his rear joints. I like him standing still very well, though. I thought he's a calf that connects his neck high. He progresses down his top line with a good level of muscularity, strength, and balance, and just a nice market-ready steer. Tyrone, your calf, a little fast at times around the track. He's slowed down now. He's got a good cheek in him and a big forearm. He's got some body. He just gets a shot piecey in terms of how he organizes himself. He tends to roll a little out of his hip. I just need to bring those lines together. The black calf we got behind this one, the young man has, very elevated in terms of his frame score, really strong from blade to tail head. A calf that I didn't mind from a muscularity standpoint, young man. Right now, I thought he was underdone. I thought he needed more time on feed. If we allowed that calf another 60 days to gain weight and gain condition, I think he would be at his most ideal compositional endpoint. Young man, your steer right here is probably a little further along in terms of finish, and so that was a little bit of debate for me there in this decision. I thought your calf from behind just needed to be a little bigger ended. He's a shot low and short in his hip structure and just needs to be pulled apart a bit in terms of definition of muscle. The young lady down here on the end of the group, I told her I probably like your calf as well as any. I mean, really, if we start ranking muscle, he may be about second or third in this class. He's a calf, though, that structurally speaking, he kind of twists him out just a bit up front and doesn't navigate the ring off of his rear two with the same level of security. And so he completes a very nice class of middleweight steers. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these young people.
Results of middleweight class 1. Receiving first purple was Devin Danielson of Aurora FFA. Second purple went to Keaton Bullman of Boone Central FFA. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Keisha Elber of Blue Hill. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 1 in our middleweight division was Kenren Etherton of Palmer FFA, Kian Morris of Wilbur Claytonia, as well as Tyron Ray of Northwest. Next into the arena, we got our middleweight class 2. We'll have 7 entries in this class.
Turn him down.
Again, we got 3 classes in this division.
Turn her up. There you go. There we go. Testing 1, 2. All right. Well, that class winner, that Devin Danielson, I just got some expert information. That is a Here I Am Monopoly Kelly that the Wise brothers sold. They got a sale coming up here on SEO not too long. Second, Keaton Buellman's, I do not know. I was going to guess Christo, but I'm going to stop for a second. Not guess that. Never know till you know. So what do we got? So that first class winner weighed 1285. So now we got Tate Pruis, Matea Roberts, Williams Kabinski, Brayston Hawkswell, Eric Samuelson, Anna Carnop, and Sydney Midling. So I bet we probably turn up the pace a little more. So I got a little sugar in me now, Dan. I got a little caffeine rolling. We're ready to get back.
You're ready to go. We had our little break and got Timmy refueled, and he's ready to go again.
Danny refueled too now, by God. Yeah, I still gotten that. I was still in the confusion of the sun.
Yeah.
I was still getting a little confusion of that son and daughter battle there in that last division. So.
And you didn't quite get her done.
Well, I win either way. It's my
Well,
daughter
you
won
do.
instead of my son. It really doesn't make any difference to me.
Now we know
Other
who's
than I
Timmy's
gotta
favorite
lose.
is.
No, everybody said,
I'm just giving you a bad
don't
time,
say
Tim.
that. They
You know
already
that.
say that. No. The favorite is the grandson. And I said, if I got to go second, I'm going to go with Buddy.
Yeah.
And then those two are third and fourth. And they can flip a coin on the day, which one's which. But no.
I didn't mean to cause problems for you, Tim, but
not
I'm just
at
giving
all.
you a bad time. So.
Poor Belle. She says she thinks I'm mean to her, but I'm not. I don't mean to be. How are we doing?
You got the sponsor list for the trailer, don't you?
I'm what?
You got the sponsor list for that trailer.
I do not. I could sure use it, though. That would be really good. Text. All right. That would be good. Because, yeah, besides winning the champion steer and winning the money, the Hawkswell family has put together a group of sponsors, and they're going to get the use of a really cool-looking Wilson trailer for a year.
Yeah.
And I'm sure whoever gets it'll like to buy it. I know it's fun. It's kind of cool to see that thing running around. If you guys have been here during the fair, it's been out there in the parking lot in the staging area showing off all week.
That's not a good thing.
Got it. Yeah, the champions, we'll talk about this a little more. The champions for the trailer, Amy just sent me a list. We got Wilson Trailer, Grand Island, which makes sense. That's who makes it. Cooper Feed, Acres Equipment, Henderson State Bank, Dorn Cattle Company, Hawkswell Farm, and the Dawson County Cattlemen. And a big shout out to Amy and the Hawkswell family for getting it. She's the one that made it happen. She's the one that's getting it going and doing a good job with it. And that's pretty cool. A little extra prize to get to win, to drive home with a new fancy show trailer, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
We try to do things better here in the FFA barn than the 4-H barn. And they look better, I didn't tell these guys yet. We decided what FFA really stands for, and that'd be full fitting allowed. So, last week the 4-H show, and it's all right deal because really, the 4-H, a lot of the heifers, I think it really helps because they want to show them in the open show, or maybe they go to that steer mama thing and all that, and it saves them a day of glue. They look a little better in the open show. Well, the white snip steer, second best, is another one that Wise Brothers showed with an assist from my son-in-law and I. That one is one that come from Gateway Farms. Kevin Benish raised that one. He's an Ain't Bluffing.
Oh.
I assume the Hawkswell steers a Dakey and Doran of some kind or another.
Well, I'm sure it is.
Amy, is that a Mitch and Andy project there? What is your steer? Okay. Here I am, maybe? We'll give Mitch and Andy credit. I bet you he had to go. That's a pretty red steer there in third. They're walking around there. Second, the second one in line. Kane Morris from Cayenne, or what did you say? Cayenne cane. Don't look like a cane.
It'll be
like
now
a
Mattia Roberts.
Hey, that's right. Jason Hansen just texted me, the one on Circle B. I'll make that right. The one on Gateway Sale. Ain't bluffing, made to order MAB. Her mom won Exarban as a fat heifer for Jason Hansen's kids.
Oh, really?
When they were showing. Yep, that is right. Oh, they said that. He just texted in, and I almost said made to order. I knew it was something souped up on the bottom side. Well, Jason, well, no, we're circling him. I thought he pulled her. Going to pull Hawkswell's first. That is a Here I Am, come from Mitch Dakey and Andy Dorn.
Here I am, Daddy's money.
Here I Am, Daddy's Money. Two great tastes that go great together. He's pretty striking out there. Speaking of striking, maybe that's why she was lucky strike. Jared Arthur, our judge from last year, had something to do with that one somewhere along the line. So the Morris calf is second, Carnop's third. And then I can't see any back numbers.
All right, well, a fun class to evaluate. I thought a lot of strength here. We're here in the 1,300 weight range, and I thought a pretty logical class winner, really. This is the calf that versus some of these soggier bellied ones in behind him in the 2, 3, and 4 slots. This calf is more elevated in his chest. He's cleaner and leaner in his composition than the red calf especially. And then when you grip their tops, this guy is second to none. He's got a tremendous shape off the backside of his shoulder. And I really like his touch. He's not bare. I think his finish is just right. It's thin. It's uniform. And he's got that killer look that you're after from the side in terms of that proud arrogance with a good set of lines and some bone to match those lines. A very, very nice calf. There's times where he maybe stands just a fraction wide up front, but I thought just a show steer deluxe. Congratulations to this young man. Just keep him right there. The red calf is a big-centered, big-ribbed, easy-feeding, market-ready steer. It's got a practical look about him. He's got a world of muscle from behind out of his upper rump and down to the base of his stifle. I wish he matched it maybe a little more aggressively as I handled right there up over his 13th and to the edge of his loin there. But nonetheless, that's a good calf. You know, I think he's reasonably sound. He's just a little chunky up through his front end. If I could make him a little bit more just attractive through his chest and leaner there in the interior of his blade, then I think it would amp up his balance. Kind of got a roller coaster down here in 3. This calf, you know, the way he goes up and down on his top line is a little hard to maybe just gravitate towards in terms of appreciation of that calf. But I think in terms of soundness at the surface, in terms of muscularity from behind, and having a big old rib cage laid into him, you certainly got to admire and respect him. I think it's a good compliment to the red steer. Thought the red steer organized his balance stronger. We move down to the calf in 4. You may, from the audience, from the cheap seats up there, may see that this calf needs to be second. And I thought about that. He's a calf that balances probably a little more in line with the steer that I started. I like him from this vantage point. When I get behind him, put my hands on him, I'm not convinced there's as much product there in that calf as the 2 cattle I got right in front of you, and so that was the call that I made. The black calf that Tate's got next is a good calf. Tate, he's a steer that's fresh in his composition. He's round in his body cavity. I like his balance really well. I would change his structure. I wish he had a better hind leg on him. If you get a better hind leg on that calf, I'd get him as high as second in this class. He's got a fresh compositional shape in him. I just need to see him go better there. Need to relax him a little bit in his blade and knee. So nice job. The calf we got next with the white in his sheath, this steer, a calf that, really I don't mind. He's got some width from hooks to pins. He's got some set built into his hind leg, maybe a little more actually than the calf in front of him. Don't know that he's quite as opened up through his full rib, maybe just his internal dimension right there. Would like to amp him up just a bit. The calf that I closed with, a calf the young lady's done a good job with. She's kind of had her hands full with him down here. He's been a little bit of a tiger on a leash, but this calf's got a world of muscle. Just maybe a bit round in the way that he wears his balance from the side. So, hey, help me out. Let's congratulate these kids and send them on their way. Fine job feeding these cattle, an impressive set of steers.
Results of Class 2 in our middleweight division. First purple went to Brayson Hawkswell of McCook FFA. Second purple went to Mateo Roberts of Maywood FFA. Also receiving purple ribbons, Tate Bruce of Takema Herman, Eric Samuelson of Palmer, Anna Carnop of West Point also received a purple ribbon. Receiving blue ribbons in our middleweight Class 2 were William Skrabinski of Ord FFA and Sidney Mittling of Hayes Center.
Yeah, and it was a tough class. Real standout on top, I thought, too. And Amy was by with giving me the trailer sponsor. She said that's a Here I Am Daddy's Money that Mitch Dakey and Andy Dorn found down at Jared Arthur's. A striking calf from the Lucky Strike,
Yeah.
I would say. They
No,
Yeah,
Tim,
it
there
was
was
a
four
good class.
steers,
You
steers
bet.
in that class that were real good. That he talked real well, and you could, that class winner, he kind of really liked him to win the class. The way it sounded, but then after that, the next three you could have flipped them around.
Oh, yeah.
There was some
Anyway.
difference, but boy, really good steers, and heck, he gave 5 purples in that class. So
did he?
that's very, intuitive
Yeah,
of how
that's
good that
good.
class was, and that. And we're starting to get up here and weight just a little bit, and I think we're going to start to get a few deeper classes as we're going through here the rest of our crossbreds today.
Yep,
And
so he'd have weighed 1327. So now we're all the way up to 1370 to 1398 in these middleweights, which is about right.
We're going to have 7 in this class, and this will be our last class of the middleweight division.
Yep, we got Mason Prothman, Alexa Tolman, Colin Rasmussen, Brayson Hawkswell again, Tally Travanek, Daniel Young, and Carter Shemek. Travanesek, I bet. Sorry about the names again. Again, 1370 to 1398.
Just from first look as they came in, Tim, another deep set, good class of calves.
Oh, man, yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of sitting there sideways trying to stay out of everybody's way. Might have to turn around and pay attention at some point. Where did all our pool of knowledge that was sitting here go? We were learning a lot of things here when we had all the help. Maybe they went to gather more knowledge, I suppose.
Well, they better went and found more because I think they were starting to run low.
They
so
run
they
out?
probably went to. I think they were out, so I think they went to go find us a little more. So, in that, but
knowing them, I'd say that knowledge might come from all the way down to the end of the barn and over to the south end, maybe the southeast corner of the barn there. Place you got to have a band to get in, you suppose?
yeah. Well, Tim, we were talking earlier, Adam Alf had that champion Continental steer, and he just won the champion crossbred market barrel.
Did he really?
And that's why we did not see him showing his steer there. So,
well, good for sport. He's having a good fair for a last fair. I think I think sport's going to age out, sadly enough. But
no, there. So, just to give him credit there, like we said, he's showing a couple species today and did very well in the hog ring there, and he's got another steer coming up in the heavyweight division there in the second class. So,
wonder if he'll run over. Well, was that the crosses already?
yeah, that's the crossbred barrel, yes.
So they're probably about.
They'll be done until they come back here at 3:30 for their Supreme Champion, I'm sure. So
yeah, I'd say so. He might make her.
And he had the third overall market or crossbred barrel too.
By God. So those two class winners went first and third.
Yeah. That's having a good fair.
Yep.
That's having a great fair for him. So.
What are we missing? It must be done with the lambs already.
Yeah, the lambs, they were on their heavyweights here a while ago, so we got the lambs done.
Well, they started earlier too, I think. Do they have the same guy doing the lambs and the goats? I don't think.
No, I don't think so. But nope, they got through them and.
They started. I think they started an hour before the steer show.
Yep, and so the hog show's getting about done, and we're on to the heavyweight goat show over there. So.
Yep. Some good-looking goats across that screen too, right about now. But I'm old enough and blind enough when the letters get that small, I can't read that from here.
I even got my glasses on and can't quite catch that name, so.
Told me that last night. My memory's shorter than my computer. That makes it what? Here I am.
That's kind of that steer pull in second. Rasmussen's is a sib to the bull of McKay's, that Revenant bull.
Oh.
They call him. He's a Here I Am out of an Elvis deal.
Oh.
I should know what Elvis is. Brian McKay deal. Hoxie's on a roll here. So we got Brayson Hawkswell's pulling in first, and that's Colin Rasmussen in second, and Daniel Young in third.
Well, 3 awful good steers there on top of this class 10.
For sure. And then there's a couple, I'm going to bet he says they ain't quite, they're right at that weight. They got enough frame. I'm going to say a couple of them maybe just down a couple, just aren't quite fat enough yet at high 13s. Yeah, don't shake my hand. Let's see how you are. What's this one, Mitchell? Yeah, the man, the legend here.
Good. I like to be famous. What? I didn't want to carry it around.
All right, man, some great cattle in here. Some real heaters in terms of cattle that have a show steer look. None more, though, than the calf that wins. This guy right here has got just a deadly silhouette to him. I love, much like the calf that you had in the last class, he's got a lot of eerily similar characteristics in regards to that fresh set of lines, that compositional shape, one that looks athletic in its muscle system and composition. And just his lines and the way he shoots that neck off the top of his blade is really, really intriguing. And I like the column of bone that he's got. He's got good feet in terms of size, decent there. Could spread him a little wider, I guess, if I had any complaints. But I thought he moved plenty adequate. Very true and wide base from behind, and you get your hands on him. He's all there in terms of that meat animal shape that I think an evaluator would be after. So just keep him right there. I thought it was actually a little bit closer between 2 and 3. The second steer for me probably fits the mold and image of the steer that wins a little better, just in terms of the intensity of his bone work, the intensity of maybe his muscle system. He's got a great body cavity in him. He's not quite as just dynamite in terms of just his throat line as the class winner. Mainly, though, he doesn't reach a stride and go maybe quite as easy and effortlessly when we get these cattle out on the stroll. We'd like to see that calf parade just a little bit easier in motion. The calf I got in behind him, I know he doesn't have as much hair, but in some ways I find that calf a little more functional than the steer I've got in second. The bend to his hind leg, he's got a great body just like the one in front of him. This calf is very complete in terms of his balance. It's just a little more modest in terms of the intensity of his bone work, the intensity of his forearm. I'd like to amp him up in his forearm just a bit. I'd like to see that calf just a little bit more cracked open in terms of his natural stifle shape. But, young man, this is a very nice calf. I don't like it, when we have steer shows that just simply come down to cooler and hair coat. I'm trying my best to analyze them part by part. But I do think even if we put those two on the wash rack, I think this calf probably gives up a little bit in terms of just muscle definition. The calf that we've got here in the next slot, this is a calf that's big hipped. I mean big hipped. It almost throws the balance of that relative to his back shape a little out of whack. He's starting to get maybe a little more mature in his look relative to being a little drier and shallower in his rib cage. I like the way he covers real estate's good. You get him out, man, he can grab a stride and go. We just need a bit more of a fat steer in the center of his body. We have a fat steer coming next, old buddy. This calf is big-centered, and he's muscular and got a ton of product. I wish, young lady, he could just travel a little better. Man, I mean, he's a good steer. Carcass-wise, a really good calf. He just is a bit limited when we put him in motion. The red calf, he's got a lot of the same characteristics of that white smoke. He's big muscled. He's got some carcass merit. I think not only red meat, but also I think a calf that you've done a good job feeding. Got some finish on him. And that calf mainly just needs to balance better. He kind of does one of these down his top line. And so I hate that for you. This black calf, this is a calf that's got a good strong top in him. This calf's got a good feature to his forearm. He's super stout in his head. Young man, he's just a little flatter in his rib shape, a little more tucked up in his flank. As he goes away, maybe just a shot tighter and narrower in terms of his rear too. So y'all been a great audience. One more time, let's put it together. Congratulate the strength of our middleweight division here in this third and final class.
Results of middleweight class number 3. Receiving first purple was Brayson Hawkswell of McCook, FFA. Second purple went to Colin Rasmussen of Boone Central. Also receiving a purple ribbon, Daniel Young of Scotts Bluff, FFA. Receiving blues in our middleweight class 3, Mason Prothman, David City. Alexa Tolman, Crawford, FFA. As well as Tali Taravanasek of Scotts Bluff and Carter Schmick of Gearing. Again, that was our results of Class 3. We'll now be bringing our champions back in.
All righty. Well, again, another tough class. That class winner come from Dakey and Dorn. Here I am, I-80 this time. And second was that belonged to Brayson Hawkswell again. So we'll see which one Hawksy likes better because he's got two choices here. Coming in out of the first division is, we got all Here I Ams, shockingly. We've got Devin Danielson in the first class, a steer weighing 1285. Braxton Hawkswell in the coming out of the second class with a steer weighing 1327, and then Braxton again out of the third class with a steer weighing, what do we weigh, 1382. So he likes the bigger one. And then second in the back, we got Keaton Billman from Boone County. That good red steer comes second. And Matea Roberts out of the second class in this division. And then back again with Colin Rasmussen. Gets out here, there's just a lot more steer of that third division one. We're really seeing that weight deal.
But once again, Tim, just, boy, like we've had all day, boy.
Yep.
Just a really strong lineup from all of our class winners.
There's no ho-hum about this.
No, there's not. I mean, it's just real good all the way. And, I mean, we talked about it earlier. You and I did that. Them second places, that red steer, and that was that second class, was just a really, really good steer. And, you know, Collins steer there, that was second in that last class, a real good steer. And, I mean, you know, he even said it, boy, that kid that was third in that last class, that Daniel Young from Scotts Bluff, boy, that was, you know, there have been a lot of times that steer could have won a class here. You know,
absolutely.
It just, well, I thought them classes were awful deep and really good today. So a nice set of steers.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they told me yesterday, if I was listening, man, the FFA show had 190 breeding heifers and 129 steers.
Oh, really?
Yep. So we're gaining numbers every year. The open cattle had 1,050 open cattle showed at that thing.
Oh, really?
And I can't remember if we ever got a count on 4-H, but there was more than, I'm going to say there was more steers maybe.
Yeah, I think there was
over 300 breeding cattle.
Uh-huh.
I can't remember on the steers. I think they had more just sheer numbers. Maybe to quote Judge Rathman from yesterday in a great big class of Simmentals that he didn't really find one he liked. We got a lot of inventory.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think maybe we might not quite have the inventory, but we got the power and the thunder here today.
Well, thank you all for very much being here to pre-welcome. I just wanted to make certain that we navigate this the way that we need to. And so let's start off by just putting our hands together and congratulating these young people and their families. It takes a lot of effort, I know, to try to get cattle market ready, feeding them through the summer, and get their hair coat targeted for your endpoint here at a summer show. And that does not go unnoticed on my part today in regards to how impressed I am with the level of composition, with the level of freshness that y'all have presenting the cattle, particularly in this division. I was very pleased to find 3 calves that, won each of these respective classes that I think are very homogeneous. They're cattle that are all the same in terms of being clean. They've got a round rib cage in them, but a clean lower line to them that would demonstrate their cattle with some red meat yield and cutability to them. And when you do that, man, it keeps them fresher in their structure. You don't pack too much heat in their blade, and they can get out and they can travel, they can flex, and it also complements their balance. And so it's just paramount that you get those things managed, and y'all have done such a marvelous job. This first calf, it's got a little bit of a TH ridge up over his head and poll. That's a little annoying, but when you focus in on the calf, man, I just like his balance. I like his symmetry really, really well. I think he's very honest in terms of his forearm, his ankle, and his foot size, and the way that he flexes it, I thought was very, very good. Is he just a nickel off the pace in terms of maybe that density of muscularity, that market readiness? Maybe a fraction, but he's not far off. That's a very nice calf. The calf I've got then of Brayson, I guess, had both your next two class winners, and yes, they are a lot the same. The calf out of the middleweight division that's chewing his cud right now, just a beautiful steer. In like I said, on that, how honest his lower line is, how honest he is up high. When I grab him, I would actually argue that relative to his frame and weight, that actually is the biggest back steer of the group out here. This calf, very, very honest out of his hip. He's in motion, maybe wants to get a little bit open in terms of just his frontal base width, or from behind maybe wants to throw him just a little bit in terms of just the legitimate athleticism that calf's got. But man, I love his general width, and I like his composition and just his attractiveness. Brayson, the steer that you're on the halter of now, this guy is incredibly good. I know you probably realize that, but this guy, it's hard to make livestock that balance like that one does. His level of just top to bottom, his foot bone, the match to that type of barrel rib cage, the match of that bone column to some honest turn to a stifle and round here from the side view, to then put all of that intense power together with that type of look and attractiveness is hard to do through the front 1/3 of his body. He's not necessarily from the frontal view the best-headed one I've ever seen, but from the side view, how proud and arrogant he is in his neck and just his cheek and the feature to his head, to me, just caps off a really stout, powerful, fat steer look. And you get him behind him and you get your hands on him, this guy is on the money in terms of his finish. He is on the money in terms of his muscularity to bring forth a really nice complement of quality grade and yield grade. So that's my champion steer. If y'all would give Brayson a big round of applause. I thought he was awesome. Congratulations to you.
Grand champion was Brayson Hawkswell of McCook FFA. That was his entry in the middleweight class 3.
Yep, that pulls up Colin Rasmussen. This steer.
I guess for me, frankly, I thought it was the call I was trying to make, and why I walked him now is amongst these three. And I do like all three of these very well. There's some give and take associated with the decision. Again, I may actually favor the one in front relative to his hind leg, but I may prefer the others in terms of their body shape and maybe driving the pendulum towards a stouter mark. This calf that was second, it would blow you away how stout-backed he is if you could handle him. He's a calf that he's not perfect in his shoulder design. Neither is the calf in front of him. This calf comes together with such a high level of muscle mass and body, with still a very elite type look. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and just keep those two together. Let's give him a nice round of applause on his reserve champion.
Good job.
Reserve champion goes to Colin Rasmussen.
Reserve Colin Rasmussen, Boone County. So the champion, Brayson Hawkswell, Dinky and Dorn calf that come from Tom Hunt in Ohio, by God. Here I Am I-80, and reserves of Here I Am sib to the Revenant Bull of McKay, so I assume he must have come from McKay at some point or another, but one that call it found. But boy, that was a good pair. Good job describing a tough class.
Yeah.
Or a tough division. So now we're into the big boys. We got 1407 to 1439, so pretty tight. We got our overall champion showman from yesterday, Brianna Bosshammer, Kane Delatour, Camille Shemick, Caitlin Martin, and Hadley Dunkau. And I think Hadley Dunkau might have been our overall champion at the Key or Maine Junior Nationals at least once or twice. We got a couple big-time showmen in here. Here comes Hads with a painted pony.
Yeah, and while they start to judge this class, Tim, I got a little information for you.
Yes, sir.
From the Pulse. In our Continental steers, the champion, the gray steer of Adam Alfs, was an Engave Trust MAB.
Yep.
That was bred by Wing.
Bred by
Wing.
by Jonah Wing.
Yeah, Jonah Wing.
Well, yep, that's what.
And was sold by Stoltz's.
And
Yep.
Johnny told me that last week one day, but
Yeah.
I need a notebook to try to remember all
Yep.
that, and then I'd still
And then
forget.
the
right?
reserve Continental, that Brockle headed steer was a Here I Am out of a damn 016 that was bred by Doris and Prince. That Skylar did sell.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what he was trying to say. I think it's 011C. I think she might have got that right. I
Okay.
think it's 011C
Okay.
is what he
Yep.
was saying.
But no, that's
yeah,
what
that's a Doris and Prince donor
Doris and
cow
Prince
for
steer.
sure.
Yep. And then you knew about the Division One being a chosen one, but that reserve Division One was a How Great Thou Art out of the Bleeding Purple donor, bred by Wolf Farms. So Curtis Wolf.
Oh, all right.
And then sold by Camp 10 Ranch, like you said.
Gotcha. That was your first division?
Yeah, that was from the first division. That steer of Evan Pancock.
Yeah, that's
the kid
right.
we call Pancake.
Yep. Pancake calf.
Yep, Pancake. That they put that on the pulse. They called him Pancake on the pulse. So
Did they really?
you bet. They put his real name too, but no, we got Pancake on the pulse here. So
What else are you gonna call a poor kid with a name like that?
yeah, I mean,
Beat some of the things they call me.
well, yeah.
I'm sure I don't even want to hear it. Texters, don't even start, please. I don't even want to hear it. What they'll say, call me anything, just don't call me late to dinner, right?
Yeah. But no, that's what we had here from that from the previous classes there to go
That's
back just a little bit
interesting.
to fill in some information for you. So
Well, they didn't give up. They didn't quit bringing them yet.
no.
That's a flashy, pretty one of Hadley's. Oh, and my buddy Tanner T-Russ says that Pancake Steer was a sib to the one Wolf sold really high. So that'd be like, what do we call her? We put some eggs in. Derek Vo bought part of that cow with from Kurt. I think that's CW1. Kurt Wolf 1. We got RCC 1. That's CW1.
Okay.
That's a sib to one that sold very high to the Colonel last fall.
Yeah.
Well, I'm beeping all the time. Tell you what, I'm getting more information than. So Hadley Dunclaus first. Here comes our judge. I'll just be quiet.
All right, well, as we get into our heavyweight division, we've got, some real heaters and some cattle I absolutely love. I give all 5 of them a purple ribbon. I just think relative to a market steer population, that all 5 of these, even the red steer down there that's got so much carcass merit, deserve a lot of credit, and I commend y'all for showing cattle this good. Hey, this chrome steer that starts the group, and he sets the tone really well in terms of just his general structural soundness and athleticism. He's a calf that's just big in his kind, easy going in his motion, super correct in his top line, but pliable in the way that he uses it. He's a calf that I love his length. I like the shape to his shoulder. And then just the way that he wears a nice, clean front third, but yet still with enough intensity and from a fat steer standpoint. He's not the biggest down to the base of his stifle. I could maybe open him up a shade right there. But when you get your hands down his top, he has got an incredibly big loin edge to him, and that's what counts the most. And so finish is very even, just a tremendously functional high-end type show steer. The yellow calf that we've got here in second, incredibly functional as well. I absolutely love his body construction and his general soundness off his rear too. He is right there with the calf that's up top in terms of that sound hind leg that I like. He's not, from the front view, maybe quite as genuine at his knee. He tends to kind of get a little knock-kneed, maybe a little plainer in his chest and a little plainer in the feature to his head. If you had a chance to handle him, which that calf I didn't necessarily handle over his top, but just the feature of it as I look at an aerial shot maybe doesn't look as stand-up and defined, if you will. But no doubt, when you get back off the cattle, I think he's the second favorite in terms of just that level of balance, that super fresh center, and those wheels that he's got. The calf that we've got here in 3, we're kind of playing ring around the rosy here, but this is a calf that from a 3/4 shot, got a big square hip in him, got a big barrel to him. He's a practical calf. He's a little plainer as I handle him down his top, just on a comparative note. In terms of the eliteness of his hind leg, he maybe tends to snap his ankle every once in a while and close up just a fraction in terms of his foot and the way he platforms there at the ground. And so consequently, just a combination of little things that I have that calf in third. Now, from the front shot, I prefer him versus the yellow calf, but collectively I like him third. The black calf coming next, young man. Calf hit me real good coming in. He's a calf that he done a marvelous job with his hair coat. He's got a big center body to him, a really stout forearm and a stout blade. If y'all need to take those out, go ahead. This calf's just a shade cresty neck. He's kind of heated up. Sometimes it's a balance between trying to get him, at the hair coat that you need to prevail, but yet have enough heat tolerance built into them where they can organize themselves on show day with enough balance. And this calf just gets a shade piecey in terms of his top line, maybe rolls a little more out of his hip, and so he's just starting to come apart just a little bit. The way that maybe he's got a wrap to his stifle, but it wraps a little higher into the top of his hock, and he's got a little extra set built into his hock. And so, hey, this is a big-time show steer, unequivocally the best fourth-place steer I've had in the entire show, and that's not debatable. It just happens to be a very, very strong class, and so minor differences in terms of how they compose themselves was ultimately, to me, how the lay of the land went down. The red steer, a big product steer that's got huge muscles, and he's market ready. No question. We hang him high, and this guy is as impressive as any, but just hard to tango with the fellas that we had in those top slots in regards to their level of balance. So one more time, give it up for those kids and put your hands together for them, please.
Yeah, another stellar class. Really good job explaining them. Hadley Dunclaw wins. And we got, Camille Shemick in second. Did I do that right? Brianna Bosshammer third. Kane Delator fourth. And Caitlin Martin in fifth. I want to touch a little bit on what Judge Rathman said there. You know, I just was looking, well, where is he from? Kane de la Torre, and I remember Arthur County. You're way out west, you know, and it ain't even so much the cooler, whether he was in a cooler or not. You know, part of that, they don't have the humidity. They don't have the corn. They don't have that. I mean, it's a big thing, you know. Those, you know, hats off to the exhibitors that come from out there, because there is, you know, if you're listening here and you live like in Iowa, Illinois, where, you know, they're like, oh, y'all ain't got humidity. Well, I can tell you, eastern Nebraska has the humidity right with you, but the difference is western Nebraska does not. So that's a lot of a change. I know we fight that, and my son-in-law and I fight that all the time with bringing cattle back, especially our way. You know, it just takes a while sometimes. It takes them a little bit to, you know, them calves that are used to breathing that cool, thin air that ain't quite so heavy.
Yeah.
It makes a difference. And I think you hit that one on the head. That calf probably moves up 2 places if he could just get all of his, you know, get his hair and kind of get ready. And he did have good hair, I'm sure, no doubt. I mean, that kid's been working, had him in a cooler or whatever. But boy, I never really thought of that. But
yeah,
kind of like going to the mountains. You know, we have trouble. It takes a while. You got to go 5 days, a week early to go to Denver usually.
Yeah, but I'm glad he did. You know what I'm saying? We talked that when that class came into him, how deep that was. And boy, when that steer come in there, I thought that steer,
could have been
when he first walked in there, I said, that one might be pushing the class winner.
Yeah,
but the longer he was out there, he just kind of wasn't holding himself together quite as well.
Yeah.
But boy, that was one really nice steer. And that I thought that calf was, when he first hit the ring, kind of had that look of, boy, he might challenge to be a class winner in here and that.
Yep.
You know, and I'm glad he said that, you know, about the young man steer, because, boy, there's nothing for that kid to be disappointed about standing in fourth today, because that was a really tough class of steers.
Well, we got the middle heavies here, 1442 to 1451. Now it says Foster John. I'm going to bet it's John Foster. What do you think? It's Foster John or John Foster from Gary?
I'm going to say it's John, but
we never know. Kai Songster, Adam Elfs, Micah Schultz, Nolan Platt, and Ace Wolf. We got the big dog back on the stick now. He's done whooping him in the pig unit for a minute. Now we got him over here on the cattle side again. If you were listening before, our exhibitor out here, Adam Elf's old sport, had first and third in the crossbreds over at on the pig side.
In the barrel show, yeah.
At the barrel show.
Because they picked the champion guild earlier there today, and that they'll bring all the crossbreds and purebreds, the gilts and the barrels back here at 3:30 for their supreme champion. You know, when they do it all, they'll do it all right here, all species and that, and it's a great, you know, if you've never been here, they put on a nice show for these kids.
Yeah, they do. And again, you know, besides, I believe if I'm right, it pays $10,000 to win.
I don't know what
I think it pays 10 and 75 or 10 and 5, something like that. But then, you know, we also got a use of a trailer. Amy Hawkswell, I see her standing down there, so that reminds me again, the champion trailer, you know, they have, and it's painted up. It looks cool, and it's neat to pull around with one of those. I know I had one, when we liked it when one pulls in our yard, you know, you think, oh boy, we got the champion coming. But that was sponsored Wilson Trailer and Cooper Feeds. Well, Rob Cooper's been an awesome supporter of everything 4-H and FFA and show forever down here. And Acres Equipment, it's good to get a little John Deere money once in a while, because the Lord knows we give them enough. Henderson State Bank, and then Andy Doran Cattle, Hawkswell Farms, and Dawson County Cattlemen. But again, a huge shout out to Amy Hawkswell for getting that done. I mean, that's a neat deal to win a trailer use for a year. And, you know, and I know the buyout is real friendly. You know, too. I think it's. I remember last year Corey said it was sure worth doing.
Yeah, and I mean, I know if you're not here today, I mean, there's on the front page of the inside there all the sponsors of the beef show for the FFA.
Oh, yeah.
And that do sponsor the awards throughout the day. They're sponsors for the T-shirts that the kids are all wearing.
Yep.
And that they're on the inside of this front cover there, and that, and I'm sure all these people, they do a great job. They support it. I mean, my brother and myself are in there.
Oh, yeah, we got a lot of them. Scott, Connie, Heinrich, Broders, I guess in order, you can read them all, but there's a lot of them. We got the Keith Weston Memorial.
Yeah, now that Connie Weston, they just lived a mile west from me.
Oh, really?
Keith and Connie were always supporters of the 4-H program back in Cass County, and I didn't realize they did part of this with the FFA activities out here. But Keith passed away here probably 15 years ago, and
still good.
His wife, is through their memorial and that, and Connie still does that, and Farmers Co-op, and there's a lot of FFA chapters, and
they spend a lot, and then we got that we can get to a few of them later, but Burwell FFA even kicks in money. Bosch and Sons right up the road here with all of the panels, stoutest panels ever made. Friends and Polled Herefords. Hang on, I'll let you talk for a minute. I got to get some more information.
Nope, that's fine. Brent Seek, with Heat Seeker, does this as well. The Nebraska FFA Foundation, West Fork Ranch, up here at Loop City. Ted Central, I don't know if I say that right, but Straight Farms, Shickley FFA, Sandburg Ridge Red Angus, S&S Polled Herefords, the Ord FFA, the Norris FFA, Nebraska Angus Association, the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic, Maywood FFA, Leon and Susan Wishman, Karen DeBoer in memory of Randy DeBoer, Go Right Mineral, Fillmore Central FFA, and Farmers Cooperative. And so we sure do want to thank all these sponsors for everything they do for the FFA show here at the State Fair. And looks like our judge has gotten this class here placed, and he's still taking a look at him here, but we'll turn the mic over to him now.
Yep, here he comes.
Well, another heater class here, and I thought this pair was close when they came in. Honestly, the longer that they stood out here, I thought the black steer started to pull ahead and define himself as the clear-cut winner. And mainly, I guess, as we look at the way they hold their balance in regards to their top-line strength, the way that they wear their shoulder onto the edge of their body wall, I think this guy just stays a little more connected and hooked up. He's a calf that, in terms of length of leg and driven up in his chest, I think he's got a little bit better relationship there. He's just got such a nice fat steer look about him. And he motors very good. Both of them, where I love them, is right there at the ground. Both of them had the hind leg I've been looking for, the whole time I judge any stock show. I like the way that they go on that hind leg. This calf that starts really puts a lot of really great things together. He's at a high level when I get my hands on him as well. Truthfully, when I first looked down his back, I didn't think he was maybe quite as broad as maybe a few, but when I put my hands on him, I thought he probably handled a little bigger back than what he appeared. If I could change him, I might open his pin set up just a bit. He maybe collapses there just a bit in terms of pin length and width, but certainly a very, very good start. The Smoky calf, maybe a little bigger pinned, and he's got an equally good hind leg. He's a calf that up front wants to get just a little lower fronted, a little open shouldered, a little weaker top. The definition of his muscle is maybe not quite as good up high, and he just starts to fall apart a little bit. He's a little flat-footed up front, kind of rolls a lot of his weight on his outside toe, but that's a nice calf and a pair I like real, real well. The calf we got down here in 3, this is a steer that I thought was just a nice logical fit in third. He's a calf that's up-fronted and long neck, got some body and freshness to him when you handle him. A calf that just can't equal those other two just in terms of eliteness per se of hind leg. Wants to get a little shorter in terms of his rear toe and a bit limited in his hock. The next calf right here is an absolute bear from a muscle and carcass standpoint. You can let him go, young lady. It's fine. His structure is off the mark, and so I hate that for you, dear, because everything else about that calf was show steer deluxe, but unfortunately he's a little bow-legged and his feet just aren't going to cut the mustard. The calf that we got next, one that balances well in terms of the upper half of his body. Obviously, just a little bit lean forward in his knee and need to correct him in terms of his structure, but a great steer in terms of muscularity. Young man, he did a good job feeding that steer. I thought just the appearance of his composition, the evenness of his cover, but market ready was excellent. You can go ahead and send him on out. This last calf, long-bodied, ripped up muscle-wise, just like all of his counterparts, just not the same level of body capacity or structural integrity and balance as some of the rest of the cattle in there. Thank y'all for supporting these kids. One more time, let's congratulate them as they exit the arena there on a high-end set of show steers.
Results of our class. Receiving first purple was Adam Elfs of the Shickley FFA chapter. Second purple went to Kia Songster of EMF. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Nolan Platt of Elmwood Murdoch FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 2 were Foster John of Gary FFA, as well as
Boy, another real good class, Tim, with
man.
Adam Alfs winning that class and Kia Songster to be in second. Real solid class of middleweight, heavyweight steers.
And that's a pair.
Yeah, that's a good class of steers.
That's a pair that I know that Alf steer came from Joe Hare. I'm pretty sure he's Here I Am, not How Great, but I can't remember that. And then the Songster steer. Songster steer was a Knock Knock Fat Tina.
Oh, really?
Yep. That cow's done a lot of winning. Or she's produced a lot of calves over the years.
Uh-huh. But now entering the ring will be our last class of the day. Our
Big
last class of heavyweights. They go from 1475 to 1530. So
even that ain't bad.
Not a big weight range, in that.
Yep.
But we got 7 head in this class to be our last class, and then we'll pick our heavyweight division.
Yep. We got Augustus Hipke, Caitlin Shemick, Cade Strotman, Brooke Bosshammer, Ace Wolf, Callie Nelson, and Garrett Scholes. Garrett, give him a shout out. He's had a good week. He had a main that won yesterday in the heifer show, and he had they was reserve showman too in his division. I know. Which of course they do a great job.
You're talking about
a
his heifer.
Josh
I don't know
Castle,
if
that's right. I just
if that's the heifer he had at the showdown or not, but he had he was second or third at the showdown with our breeding heifer this year and that. And
we're working on that. I think we were close. FFA got darn close to getting it all for us yesterday, but we're going to try to get the pedigrees. So hopefully next year they'll have, so we can, on the breeding cattle, we can announce a few more pedigrees and do some of that, because it gets to be kind of a ho-hum when you don't know what anything is. And there's a lot of classes with not a lot in it. It's not as easy. Here it takes a while to judge these, and we can get some text, and they're in and out before anybody can even text here. With this crew, and everybody's starting to kind of know we're up here. We get the information a little better on steer day.
Yeah.
That gray one, I didn't want to not give him credit. Skyler came by. Weber sold that gray steer Songster's Reserve, and that is that fat Tina cow is Josh Castle. I could not think about it. And then Brett Meister raised the steer that Cade Strotman has in this class, and he's a sib to the bull that Nelson England and Lautner had out in Denver. So that out
This
of that
last year, yep.
cow they call Fuji, that
Yeah.
Fu cow that's raised like a lot of stuff. Dalton Smith sold the
Uh-huh.
crap out of them the last couple of years. Chasing greatness, that's right.
Yep.
So that'd make him a How Great Thou Art.
Yeah.
I like these bigger weight cattle being acceptable. You know, we didn't put a lot of frame in a lot of these calves. Obviously, a couple are bigger than others, but they're not just huge. They're still kind of right in there. They're just having a little more weight, a little more carcass. I mean, from up in our vantage point, there's some big backs, tops, and hips in these things.
And once again, Tim, I mean, a lot of times you get up to this weight and you start to get them like they're a little too
Right.
fat. And boy, this group, they don't look too fat by no means. You know, they look like
they're tall and raily, and they, you know,
yeah,
they look
they're
hard.
that,
They
boy,
don't,
they
you know,
are,
they don't look that way at all.
No, just cattle with a lot of product in them.
So what would Brooke Bosshammers be?
That's a How Great Thou Art.
That's a How Great?
Yeah, one they raised.
That's a big How Great.
Yeah. And that now everything they showed this year, they raised themselves.
Yeah, I'm sure if he's a sib, that's right. A sib to Chasing Greatness, that'd have to be How Great, or you wouldn't name him that, I would think. Do you know anything about Garrett's calf, Garrett Scholes?
No, I don't know nothing about that steer, no.
I'm going to assume of the ones he's shown, that's the one he's had some success with in the jackpot shows, because he's kind of a bigger jackpot kind of looking steer, just guessing. That family really does a nice job.
Oh, they do a
work
great
at it
job,
hard, and they
yes.
come at, you know. And we'll pull Garrett first.
Yep.
And then Cade Strotman. There's a lot of beef walking up there in them too.
He looked at them two awful long there, Tim. They're close.
Yeah.
They're close.
Looks like Kate, and then the other one we're talking about, Boss Hammer's third.
Yep.
Looks like a how grade out of a Maine cow.
Which
Boss
one?
Hammers.
Boss Hammers? What's cow 236? Can't tell you what he is, though. What
How do you know
236
that?
is. How do I know that? I've
Still
been
got
out to the
tags
old.
there?
No, I've been out to the Boss Hammer Ranch enough to know
Well,
that.
then you should know. Then you should know what the cow is.
They call it a lot of different things, Tim. So I don't know if we know what it is for sure. So
I see. That one of his donors.
yeah,
Gotcha. Yep. Looks like the judge is ready to. I don't know. He's thinking.
no, he's taking a look at him again.
It's like maybe Strauman's got him on bone, but Garrett might have him on front end, huh?
Yeah,
Let's see.
It's a pair of really nice calves that I think are very close here on top. Some big-ended cattle there behind them that maybe don't blend together the same level of completeness, but still have some excellent qualities, and the kids should be proud of the job that they've done. Moving our attention back to the top pair. We got a pair of cattle that are here because they've got built-in comfort in motion. I think both these cattle get around the ring very, very well. I'm pleased with them in that respect. The lead steer here of Garrett's, he's got maybe just a little bit more of a roll to his rump, or he's just a little closer to the ground in terms of his belly depth and length of leg. But whenever I get him behind the cattle, I personally find this calf to be a little more muscular and truer to the base of his twist. I think up high, he certainly views with more shape, and upon handle, that certainly is validated. That calf has got a bigger, more aggressive turn there off the backside of his shoulder, and he continues that advantage to the edge of his loin. He's a calf that I think is very fresh in terms of market readiness, and so just collectively, I think a little stronger in terms of terminal merit. He's got a cocky neck set to him. His feet are maybe just a little long, and like I said, I lengthened that hip up just a bit. Garrett asked me if I remembered this calf. I judged Xarban last fall. He said, and I remember him now, he said I used that calf for champion feeder calf. So he got the win last fall, and he'll get the win in this class. Congratulations to you, Garrett. The calf that I've got here in second, this steer, he's starting to heat up, just to be honest with you. I talked about that a little bit on a calf, and maybe it was in the last class or the class previous to that, but it's tough, I understand, to navigate how you want to manage them, how cold you may want to keep them during the summer, because at some point you got to bring them out of the cooler, you got to cut the hair off, and you got to show them up on a day that they may find to be a little less tolerable in regards to humidity. And so this calf is starting to sink a little bit in terms of his top line. I don't find him to be quite as just intense in his definition of muscle, but I do love the calf. As soon as he came in, thought he had a high level of balance in motion, which I'm big on. He's a calf that just really good in terms of having an attractive look out through his front end to tandem it with that kind of forearm. I guess ultimately, as I sit there and I go back and forth on that pair, I find more major differences to land or prioritize in the steer that wins on the regards to muscle. This calf, in terms of where you seek his advantages, he's got maybe the same dilemma out of his hip. Maybe his foot shape's a nickel better, but I don't know where you go after that, so that's why we did the pair 1-2. The calf we've got here in 3, probably the biggest ended, heaviest muscled steer in the group. He's really impressive back there out of his rump. He's got a little bit of a rump in his neck. You know, he just has a little bit of that kind of bronky look to the top side of his neck, a little more shoulder shape built into him. You know, you got to tolerate a little more engine if you're going to pull a big caboose, but maybe could find a little smoother package there. Maybe could lengthen his rear toes and step him down just a little bit more flexible. The calf I've got next in the lineup, he's maybe a little drier middle, a little harsher in terms of his handle over his final ribs, but I like his length of body. I like his height and altitude. I like his general composition and red meat yield potential. He's a calf that just needs to come down. If we're going to challenge those 3 monster rib cattle, he's going to have to be a little more progressive in those traits. This calf right here is a little deeper sided. He gets a little plainer and higher in his chine bone over his shoulder blades, a little plainer in the edge to his loin, maybe just a little bit twisted and straight in terms of his front end. Young lady, I want you to understand those are minor things. In the big scheme of things, you did a remarkably good job feeding that calf. He's big-bodied. He's even in his cover. He's a nice show steer. The black Baldy calf, one that's got probably as much presence as any of them. I love a Baldy. His ears are a little further up today. They've been kind of down on him. But this calf just needs a little more product to handle these other cattle. I guess when I ultimately rank the class out, he may have maybe the most modest size ribeye relative to his carcass weight. So I just like to gauge him a little bit wider, but I love his balance and style. The calf I round out with just a little bit rounder in his hip, maybe just a little uglier in terms of his head as his old pole sits up there in kind of a wide square fashion, but mainly like to see him just balance better from chest to flank and see him just a little bit shorter and truer in terms of his foot shape. So last time I'm going to ask for it on a class, please put your hands together, congratulate these kids. Heck of a nice set of show steers that were very well fed, got some great carcass merit in them, and I think all in all the kids did a great job getting them to their end point.
Results of Class 3 heavyweights. First purple went to Garrett Scholes of Bertrand Loomis. Second purple went to Cade Stratman of West Point. Also receiving a purple ribbon, Brooke Bosshammer of Amherst FFA. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 3, Augustus Hipke of Stewart. Caitlin Schmick of Gearing. Ace Wolf of Lawrence Nelson FFA. And Kaylee Nelson of Ansley also received a blue ribbon in class number 3. We're now going to be selecting our
Another real good class to end our crossbred division today. They'll get those weighed back, and then we'll pick our champion heavyweight division. Garrett Schultz won that class. Two very, very good steers to win that class. Tim, when they bring these 6 back out, I think they're going to really impress us. I mean, This has been an awful good division. These 3 classes, our first and seconds, have been really, really good. And boy, it didn't disappoint us. We've gotten to these last 5 classes of crossbreds, and boy, it's just gotten really good. So,
well, yeah, and that last one, I just got a text. They're pretty sure that one is a chosen one, and that's the steer he won Exarban feeder calf with.
Yeah, that's what the judge said here.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah, when he was talking that class, Garrett asked him.
We were talking. We were
doing
no,
that's fine, Tim, but no.
Because this will be your favorite calf when I tell you what he is.
I know what he is.
Well, that's because you were cheating. I found out.
No, I don't know what he is. I remember that from early on. He's a Here I Am
79B.
And because they did some winning. When that one he did a lot of winning, was in the top 5 a lot of shows here this spring, the first class winner there. So
that's a Joe Hare deal, and so is Elf's.
Yeah.
Not even chosen one. The pulse says One Oak.
Oh.
With them big old bones on him, I bet that is a One Oak.
Yeah, it could be. But no, Ryan made the comment there that Garrett asked him if he remembered that calf, because Ryan judged the feeder calf show at Exarban last year and used him to win that feeder calf show. So Garrett asked him if he remembered that calf, that he was the one that won the feeder calf deal at Exarban last year, and that's what he was saying when he was talking that first class winner, or that last class winner.
Well, I had the one in there at least.
Yeah.
It's a One Oak, not a chosen one. Yep. John Looking just said that too. That's right. One Oak Memphis Mafia.
Oh, uh-huh.
I'm going to circle the wagons here. They bring all the crosses back at 3:30. They don't pick a champion.
Yeah, no,
cross.
they don't pick a champion cross, I don't think.
Yep. Levi
No.
just.
No, I don't think so. 'Cause
Nobody
everything
up
else,
there.
there's nobody up there. So, like we said, we've talked earlier, at 3:30, so we got about an hour here from now. They will do the Parade of Champions and select all the champions of all the species here today.
Yep.
And Tim, I'll tell you this. I thought last week I kind of thought I knew what the judge was going to do. And
Last
today,
week it was probably more dominant.
yeah,
The Prince steer and the Billiter steer, and they're both being yellow and kind of they stuck out. And
yep,
there's and that, in that color too. That's kind of like a slick shear deal. When you don't get to fit them and
yeah.
all of that, those two popped.
They
really
did pop in that, but
and
boy,
not
this,
taken away from anything else that was there. I mean, they kind of want it for fun.
yeah, those two were them two are high quality.
Yep.
And that
It'd
so
make his day hard if those two were standing in here.
yeah.
All right, well, it's been a fantastic show. Let's one more time put our hands together and congratulate our heavyweight exhibitors. Won't repeat my comments, like we did in the middle division as far as just how much effort this takes. But y'all all know that, and it's just, once again, an overwhelming division and with strength. And these kids have poured their hearts out into it, not just today showing the cattle, but, feeding them. It's a year-round project. Maybe even nowadays a year-and-a-half-round project for as old as we show some of these things. But this is a fun way to compete with your kids, an expensive way to compete with your kids, but a fun way to do it. And so let's dive in. We've got this first class, and we've got a chrome steer man, I love him in motion. This guy, for a calf with a little more altitude, he's a calf that bends and flexes with the best of them. And, back in the 80s, we made cattle tall. We made them straight because of it. It was a byproduct of that. And it's taken us decades to work that back out. And so it's good to see cattle that have some elevation to them, but can bend, flex, and slope the way they need to in motion. This calf's a high rent show steer from the side. I love his top line in motion. And so, if y'all just watch those cattle move about the ring, I mean, there is no deviation from the backside of his shoulder all the way to how true his hook bone and his tail head lays in there. It's a pretty impressive balance for that calf, the way he composes himself. I love his neck set. He's not maybe the most arrogant in the world, but it just all flows together in a sensible fashion in terms of the way the edge of his scapula lays back into his body wall. To get my hands on him, that calf I think as good as any out here in terms of the feature to his back shape, particularly over his loin edge. I know probably rarely ever hear a steer judge talk about loin width like we might handle a market lamb, but if you had an opportunity to measure them from the center of their spine to the edge of their loin, this calf beats them all in that respect, and yet he's coming out of the lightest class within the context of this division. Could you send him away and ask for a little bit more in the seat of his pants? You bet. I'd love to amp him up just a little bit right there. But where he's good, I think he's awfully good. That's an awfully good gold steer standing in behind him that emulated him in terms of his hind leg structure, his body cavity, maybe even a little deeper. He's a calf that maybe couldn't match him quite as well through the front half of his body in terms of just getting a little closer, more average in his knee, a little plainer to the backside of his shoulder and within his head. We moved to the middleweight class, and we had a pair of cattle that instantly hit the ring with the same level of, I'd say, momentary function as I just analyze them for 1 second, compared to what we had just evaluated in that previous class. I liked both of them really good in terms of the action of their hind leg. This black calf, he stands up on this hill now, and what a high level of balance. Just the parts and pieces, the way they fit together, He's not perfectly refined at the top of his neck, but it looks like a fat steer. He's got a barrel rib cage and a big stout set of legs on all four corners. If this calf could be upgraded, as much as I like him in motion, I would say he maybe has just a little shorter toe set to him. As you watch him come right at you, I don't know if he bends his knee or his blade quite as well as the calf in front of him, but it is not far from the mark. We're talking about minor differences at the upper echelon of the population. This calf maybe planes out just a little bit to the edge of his loin, but I absolutely love the degree of his cover and how well finished it is. He's fed perfectly, and I like his body shape real well. That smoke calf behind him just got a little soft in his top line, starts to come apart a bit in terms of his shoulder, but certainly right there with him in other regards. We finished here in the last class with Garrett with a calf that if you like him squishy, he's squishy. If you like him muscular, he's muscular. Does he roll a little bit because of that and got a little extra set to his hind leg? Yes, he does. But that takes away maybe a little bit from attractiveness, but it does not dismiss how functional that beast is made. And we have a steer in behind him that I certainly entertained using over that one because I think his balance was so elite. He just a little heated up and maybe a little soft in the texture to his muscles. So I guess as I sit here, part of the reason why a judge sometimes talks a long time is because he's trying to figure out exactly what he believes is correct, and I want to be firm in my decision. I'm going to go with the chrome steer. He's going to be the champion out of our first class. Congratulations to this young lady. She does a marvelous job exhibiting this calf as well. I didn't brag on that earlier, but I really like the job this young lady does showing that calf. She gets him up and speeds him up in terms of his tempo. He's kind of an easygoing old rascal, and so I appreciate that about him. We look at reserve, and that gold steer right there, I do love that calf. If you could just watch him walk all day long, he could cover a lot of terrain and never break down. Just wish he was amped up a little bit more like we talked about. So I'm going to go with the black calf here out of the middle lineup and be my reserve champion. What a fun division. I look forward to the grand drive. I hope y'all join us for it. Congratulations to all the kids, and I wish you the best down the road and a safe ride home with your family on this Labor Day.
Our grand champion here in the heavyweight division was Hadley Dunfire, winning FFA. Reserve champion with the Adam House of Shipley FFA.
Well, Tim.
All right. Well, congratulations to those two. And sire-wide stuff, we got Hadley Dunkhouse. A little interesting thing Crystal just told me. That one's a Here I Am 79B we knew. The How Great Thou Art Elves is actually one that Dunks raced.
Oh, Dunks raised that one.
Yep. Out of one of their herd bulls. I think he said it's like a Here How Great Thou Art or something like Ricardo or something like that. But anyway, I'm sure Joe Hare helped him handle him. Nothing taken away from him, but that is one that Dunk raced. So the Dunk Slam Dunk, the big division. And we got a good lineup coming back.
Boy, that's going to be a real good lineup. I mean,
yep.
Like we talked last week, but boy, this week that's going to be really good from top to bottom, that lineup of the cattle, and it'll be interesting to see what he does with them here in about an hour. So,
yeah, but we'll see you guys in an hour. We'll sign off for now, and we will see everybody hopefully at 3:30.